I think that's enough of that. Let's go snipe a stream. Or can we? There we go. Good evening, everyone. So glad you could be here. I'm gonna take a look at something. I'm gonna do something I haven't done in a while. I'm just gonna basically go back in a somebody's stream, specifically Tom. By the way, can I bring up Tom's list? What is this list about? Yeah! What's up, Resto? Genevieve, let's do this! Let's see if I can get the playback to actually do what it's supposed to do. It's been giving me weird little this and that's this evening. Yeah, and stuff. Anytime OBS updates, it's always something fun. But while we're waiting, because don't forget, I may have to call up the back. Is it going to make me call up the backup? Goodness gracious. No, there he is. There he is. Oh, yeah. Goodness.
Hi,
okay,
guys.
let's go back. I'm not going to follow this one. We'll get back. We'll get to that one. We're going to take it back. What is it, like an hour and a half?
Love mortar. Because, like, all societies, I don't, maybe
okay,
there's one
all
that I'm not thinking of, but we all...
Okay, let me just pause it for a second. I haven't even... Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for watching. Good evening, everyone. What am I doing? Oh, I'm just running right on into the fire. What fire? Well, folks, the one that doesn't invite me. The one that doesn't know I exist. But who cares? I've got my point. I'm taking it kind of back to the beginning for me. Just looking at a stream, sniping, and that's it. And I'm welcome to have you on, talk about subjects, talk about topics. Sure, lots of people have things to say. Yeah, I think the most important thing we could do is keep our minds in the places that matter, which requires us to stop fucking around with all this stuff in our hands. That's why I call this
it with the government. We're all okay. Like I'm not okay with the death penalty, but like there are times when we're like, yeah, actually, it's time to kill. So we actually.
But is that murder?
So
though?
The question is murder?
I mean, if
okay?
it's I said senseless killing, and I guess that the justification for capital punishment would be like almost a retributive justice for an evil committed. So that wouldn't be senseless.
Like you can kill without
Resto rocking on the low
murder,
sleep. Come on,
right?
let's go.
Yeah, the differentiation between killing and murder.
Or
Yes.
something of that. Sure. So like when we say murder, I think we're all kind of thinking about like first degree murder, like you intended to.
Yeah,
go
there's
out
actually something to say right away. First off, please do hit the like button, and please do subscribe if you haven't already. It's just an appendage, you just smack the screen with it, and it gets me out into the algorithm, whatever that means. And I appreciate it a lot. What the fuck does murder mean? Excuse me for cursing. I may be a bit hyperbolic this evening, because I am kind of tired of the call to authority when it is simple. In this case, what does it mean to you? I don't really care what your feelings tell you it means. I don't. There's a definition. There's a societal definition and this lovely book. It's called the dictionary. And why am I being smarmy and maybe even patronizing about it? Because we all know it exists and we all have agreed that that's where the definitions lie. So you may hear me call to that many times tonight, because I hear so many people just looking for definitions for settled words. Good evening, everybody. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup the Remix, where I interject myself into a conversation that, in this case, not a single person invited me to be a part of, and by way of which I'll probably take it somewhere none of these people would have expected it to go. This evening, I am sniping Tom, and I'm just going to put it out there. Tom has lists of women. All right, that's all I wanted to say. I just want to make sure somebody heard it. Yeah. Tom, lists of women. Oh, wow. What's up at the time? Did I do something? Is that a new added thing? At 7:03, Genevieve sent hearts. At 7:04, who are these degenerates? At 7:05, Wikipedia is not valid source for information. Just saying. True. Now, Wikipedia, that's a tough one, especially because people will forgive its variances for its footnotes, which can lead you in good places, but it really is a socially sourced thing, and it can be completely manipulated. Whereas the dictionary or some scientific journal or something that is quantified footnotes where you can follow the information to, say, research paperwork, if that's what you're looking for, or in history's case, actual archaeologists and historians, authority. Anyhow, the reason I'm sharing this and sniping some streams because I haven't done this in a little while. I haven't just stared in and gone, what am I really looking at? What's around me? And I think maybe I might have a different point of view. I definitely know that what I was listening to earlier made me think that I had a different point of view than a lot of these people. That's why I started with the dictionary conversation. Anyways, let's get at it. Let's see what they,
Take this person's life
see if I can get
without
the definition up.
your own life being at risk or them having been sentenced to death or anything like that.
Or even something else, what about
here, let me shrink down.
Things like that, things that are truly awful, is that another thing that's the closest thing I can think of to a moral constant where you couldn't justify that in any culture under any
cultures justify marital rape all the time. We're okay with people in prison being raped. We even relish in it. We relish
By the way,
in the fact that you're going to go to jail and get raped.
That's not mine. I was I had to double check to make sure. Oh yeah, and if you're old school, there's always encyclopedias. True.
And I hope they drop the
Did I
soap.
still
I
put
hope
those
they
out
learn
there?
I hope they drop the soap. I haven't heard that. I've heard people say things like, if you drop the soap, that might help.
No. Joe
God, I hope you
Arpaio.
drop the soap.
Was it Joe Arpaio?
Okay, so this is another portion of the conversation that, by the way, very ADHD, I think. There's a couple of things. So the call to authority without any resolution to authority, to say, oh, here's a example. Or, to leap comparative. Oh, what did Encyclopedia Britannica? There we go. Oh, I think I need to just shrink it to the screen is what's going on. By the way, don't update your OBS. It flipped everything around so crazy today. Oh my God. So I had to push the show. So much going on. Anyways, thanks for being here. Look, I like a lot of these people on these panels. Individually, they say a lot of interesting things, and I feel like there's a number of people who stayed quiet on this panel just because they didn't want to get involved in certain times. So, when I was listening, the American education has allowed, apparently, a lot of leeway for understanding. What time is it? Oh, it is way time to look up lizard. Seriously, lizardry. There's so much missing in the comprehension and capability to understand.
Like some guy that was
By
like
the way, Tom has lists of women. Film at 11.
some county in Texas that was like running prisons like extremely unethical. Like I'm
Arizona,
pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like people like
Yeah.
dehydrated to death and stuff. But like prisons there, they like got them all like pink
Okay,
outfits.
so first
and,
off, dehydrated, I don't think, maybe, but what? Is he saying that that is comparatively, like, legitimate? Or, because that would be death sentence without a death sentence, then that makes that technically illegal, right? American Education what is this? American Education Encyclopedia has corrupted me. Oh, Genevieve, hey, trust. I mean, I don't know about you, but I grew up at a time where I was always told to question authority, question what you're looking at, question the bias, question where it was coming from. Look to where it was actually seeping from. So you want to question that, of course. But then you also have to take things seriously at some point. Otherwise, you become apathetic. And when you become apathetic, you stop caring whether or not something is right or wrong. And one of the points of the discussion I heard was that, people are just people. That may be true, that we will always be ourselves in our nature. But our nature is ever evolving, as well as clinging. Thank you, that's what it is. Clinging to its practices because of, comfort. It's like mac and cheese. You really love it when you're 3 years old. And you want to have it every day for every meal, right? Not me. I was into crazy things, but I've seen it, But if you stay in that practice, you never go anywhere. You never grow up. You never find out that Japanese food is astonishing. Or Mexican food, or, French food, or, you never find out that there's stuff to shove in your face. That's awesome. Or wine, the wine. Anyways, someday I'll tell you that story. That is actually a reference to a butler, but the wine, when none of us could drink. Oh, it was so bad. In Rome, just don't get a butler in Rome when you can't drink. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that ever applies to you for no apparent reason. There's probably only one person here that actually applies to at all. And so, okay, there you go. You can take something with you, specifically this. Anyways, yeah, let's see.
pink fuzzy handcuffs and stuff just to like you humiliate them and like emasculate
Well,
them.
again-
Like violence when we think it's justice, though. Like,
Right.
same for like 9/11
Lead
terrorists
us
and
up,
things like that. Like, we enjoy hearing about
What's
them being
happening? Good
waterboarded
evening.
or
I am sniping a
that
stream
sort of
and
crap.
about to start
Obviously, yeah,
talking
lots of
smack
times
about people's
big
perceptions.
groups would gather to watch somebody be beheaded in town
If you
square.
didn't know,
back
Lita
in the day.
Caproni is my most official, unofficial co-host, colleague, and cohort, often programming and or sending me to things that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. So, Lita!
Like, yes, when it comes to violence, that seems
Hillary
justice.
Clinton laughed about what happened to Gaddafi.
So I would say, like, as I get old,
There's this one time at band camp. The technical term for that is red herring, a seeming comparative that is not to deflect away from the point or include. Song Wang, what's happening? Welcome back. And you are. I'm so glad to see you. Good, big love. Tom is about to do a panel on food shops. Yes, and I'll be fast forwarding as well. I'm just warming us up. I'm just getting us primed for the vibe of me sniping all night long. It's just one of those rare moments when it all like makes, I felt it today. Like I needed to snipe this. So if anybody has anything else that, Rosto Chesto, yeah, if anybody has anything else that they'd like to see me interject myself completely, uninvited, please do send it to me. I'm happy to.
and I think of how to be more like in my humility and my joy. I think of treating my enemies with more dignity than they could have treated me at the time. And so again, I want to move society, if I had to, towards the direction of actually treating prisoners with more dignity, actually not doing the death penalty unless people want to choose death, like not actually.
Wait. Okay, you had me there, Brittany, till letting people choose death. Gosh. All right, where do I start here? The whole point of a death penalty would be that others have chosen death for you because they don't believe that the system could actually rehabilitate you. Period. That's a period with a T. Period. So if you ever see me type that, you cannot imagine what I'm saying. Period. What? Choose a sentence. Yeah. No, but I feel like I'm a unicorn today, so I should get an A. Facts. Based. Don't be cringe. This is what I'm talking about. A reductive sense of any measure. And although it is a way to deal with things, some would call it cope. I won't, because that is such a reductive term. Takes people to a place where, this person is very smart. She's got a lot together. She's got a whole system that she's actually worked out. But in this logic, it is the logic of how she wish it would apply to her. I believe she mentions that right there at the beginning of the statement. So I can immediately disqualify it as a measure for society, because she wants that to measure for her. And if we were to measure society by the needs of an individual, unfortunately, we would fail to take care of everybody because there's so many individuals. Now, that doesn't mean you have to lambast in a populist kind of format. No, you can address a wide group of measures. That's why laws take so long to actually put into place. I've been on a rant all day about how autonomous and entitled people are. Even in prisons. Even in prisons. And these are things that folks might not understand actually about the prison system that Tom would know very well, actually. Come to think of it, I don't think he says anything. But there's a lot less, from what I've heard from people that I know who have done time, it's a lot less wildness in general than you'd expect, because there's so many people trying to do their own thing and moving around, and the wildness actually comes from the constant tussle and motion, and the lack of quiet. So, the question really becomes there is that humane? Shouldn't we have people in a and it goes back and forth, because you start to get into this scenario where, like, you start to ask, should we segregate people a little more individually? And we do in some cases, but we can't in all. And so you find populaces that shouldn't be stuck together and it creates larger issues by the conflagration of people that really shouldn't be sitting next to one another, talking to one another, because what they end up doing is influencing one another to one degree or another, either positively or negatively. Oh, Genevieve. So you understand, and I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear your points of view. Anyways, now that I ran off for about 5 minutes.
Like heading in a societal direction where we're actually treating people who've committed crimes with so much dignity, it uplifts all of society, versus bringing us down, because we do go down a peg, I think, and closer to evil when we engage with like evil people and we think like we need to get back at them. It's like, well, at that point, after you've thought about it, you've captured.
Apologize, folks. Looks like I've got a little sync problem here. What the hell happened? I'm gonna go to the backup because that often solves things for the moment, so I can do something else about that. Oh, hey, that's me. Look at that. There we go. apologize. This is giving me a problem on both devices. Interesting. All right, let's do it. Okay. See who comes on first. Anyways, I find it oftentimes when you're listening to these points of views, it comes with a very myopic sense of entitlement to some authority, and I've said this before, that doesn't seem well placed, at least in my opinion, because it's not actually citing the authorities that one would normally do to point out the measures or thoughts or to concretely give an example of something you think that works or doesn't work. And instead it comes with feelings, comes with observations that can't be quantified, even though they are already, as if somebody reinvents the wheel. And that's problematic at best, for me at least, because I want to know that the information I'm hearing at least comes from a place of
just topic.
Oh, hey!
In Canada and other countries where they've begun to take a very progressive approach to euthanasia.
See how far back I can get in the stream without destroying the quality here. Nee, food shop, Stardust, Voide. It is so trying hard not to allow us to go back. It's hilarious. Let's see if the other side has come on.
Hello everyone. Thanks Foodshops for having me. I'm a beginner streamer. This is my second live stream, so definitely no one here has ever heard of me. But my position is that euthanasia is definitely an ethical thing to do and can be put in a system very easily and very effectively as long as it has the correct restrictions.
So I don't even know where we are right now. I'm just gonna hop on in and just be like, what?
I wouldn't be okay with assisted suicide for people with mental illnesses, right? Unless there's some type of
By the way, the panel
that proves
here
that
is
the
euthanasia.
mental illness is very long-lasting and life-ruining. So.
Okay. Awesome.
Which I guess they're just introducing themselves. So, hi, I'm AronMSound, and I believe that euthanasia, in many cases, is absolutely legitimate use if proceeded with the practices that Dr. Kevorkian initiated and that end-of-life care doctors have worked out, which includes hospice care and many other forms of assistance for less pain in the last days of life and more comfort and care and time with your family and loved ones. And the reason I feel this way is because I've had many of my close friends and I've had some loved ones pass away across the span of the last decade, as well as I did have a close relative die in the room next to me when I was 14 years old, and I watched them, my mother, take care of them as they passed away. So I have strong feelings on it, and I believe several members of my family do as well, and I believe strongly that there should be a right within reason, with doctors' overview of being able to apply a form as provided by the ethical care systems in several places around the world to a healthier, more humane choice for those who are truly suffering at the end of life. And that's a fancy way of saying I think we should allow people to, if they choose, with their family alongside them and their doctors, to end their life when they are in absolute suffering and pain and there's no choice and they would be in hospice anyways. That's my point. And I'll be standing
Thank you. All right, cool. So we'll just dive right into the questions.
Well,
so the first question is, are you for or against euthanasia? Is it okay
Absolutely.
to... Well,
end of life advance directive. Now, a lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of people don't know it, don't understand it. Good evening, Wes James. How you doing? I just laid my premise actually out. I've been interjecting myself into an actual conversation this evening that nobody invited me into. So, hey, I'm sniping.
It's like sort of multiple questions. Are you for or against euthanasia? Is it okay to let somebody die of illnesses with or without medical care versus letting them go earlier with medically assisted death? Why or why not? Begin.
I think that I think we need to like respect people's autonomy, right? There are going to be cases where somebody goes through chemotherapy multiple times, right? And chemotherapy is a really, really tough process to go through. It's really hard on the body. It's really hard for that person's quality of life. And sometimes people who've been through chemotherapy multiple times, they get the cancer comes back like a fourth time, and they decide, like, I'm already a certain age, I don't want to go through this anymore. I just want to live my life, and eventually go out on my own terms. I think that should be allowed. And I think if people want to, or for example, people are suffering from a terminal illness and they're suffering, any pain management is not working for them anymore. I think that we need to allow people to have that autonomy and the dignity of choosing when they go out. Obviously, this is not something that is just willy-nilly given out, right? This is something that needs to be heavily regulated.
Also, let me just side note here, the beliefs of the panel, the practices of the panel, the ideas coming from the panel are not specifically the beliefs that held by the channel, although I've already specified mine. And I would say the rules and regulations and laws should all be abided by in whatever state, city, and or country that you live in. Thank you.
There needs to be multiple doctors that sign off on this.
Also, please don't bother any of these people on the panel except for Tom. Thanks.
Probably a review board that also reviews every single case that comes through. There needs to be a waiting period, so people know that this is not a temporary thing.
Well, actually, there already is a review board for end-of-life care in many cities, in most major cities, and there's a stringent set of rules around that hospice care and giving people in the end of life. I have my disclaimers. Yeah, I was close with a doctor for a while there whose job it was to be with people at the end of their lives. And there were rules of things she could do and things she couldn't do, and things that were allowed and things that were like hedging the line that they had to do often. And I can tell you this, that all of this is an extremely regulated issue and business. And there's sides of it that I heard about the chemicals or treatments or things given in the final days that are the drugs used are often addictive, and they're not the best choices, but they're the choices allowed. So the reason for that is because it is such cloak and dagger systems, because it is such a regulated, over-regulated, if anything, overtly feared state of being at the end of death, that you don't kill the person, but that you don't, that's the whole thing, is they can't actually put somebody out of their misery in any way, state, or allow somebody else to put themselves out of their misery. They have to keep them alive as long as they are actually living. In some ways, they keep people in pain.
If they elect out that waiting period, then they during that waiting period, then they have to start over the whole process. And I think also, there needs to be a counseling and support system, and obviously like continuous monitoring, right? So I am pro, people having that option. It just needs to be heavily regulated.
I don't think all of us agree that euthanasia for terminal illness is fine, right? I think all of us agreed on this point.
I think it's the definition of terminal illness, right? Like once we get into the nitty gritty, I think is where we're going to have to disagree.
Hold on a second. Hey, thank you for asking. What is the definition of le terminal illness? Terminal, Neve, illness. The definition. Sorry, I'm one fingering it. Hold on, what is a terminal illness? Mary Curie. Oh, there we go. Let's read a little bit about this. Let's go to the sources. National Library of Medicine. How just bland can we get it? Let's go! The abstract. What do I want to read? Or the context, objectives. We can conduct a systematic review to examine the concepts of definitions for these terms, methods. All right, I think I've gone too far. I would normally read this, but let me take it back to. This is more my pace. Be honest with you. You know, when you're like, where does he get his information? This is the kind of stupid stuff I go to. It's not stupid, but it's. Let's try this again. Terminal illness. I should probably put a space in there. Illness. Definition. Really? Google? Wow, today technology is really like having fun with me, I swear to grr. And I always have multiple ways to do this, so hold on a second. Just do it the other way. Oh my gosh. By the way, I was trying to find, I was originally going to open with, I thought it was Bob Dole, but it's not Bob Dole who had the lists of women. Compare it to Tom's lists of women. What is it? What is it all about? Tom's lists of women. All right. Absolutely factual. I'm doing news there. Liddock Bunny! All right, sorry. I'm looking up terminal illness. Nothing is working around here. Illness. Terminal illness. All right, sorry, I have to go to Wikipedia because it comes up first, but what is a terminal illness? Okay, well, Marie Curie has it. That's good enough for me. Terminal illness is an illness or condition which cannot be cured and is likely to lead to someone's death. It's sometimes called a page change. Okay, yeah. Recommended settings. Accept recommended. Yes. And immediately they, what are examples of terminal illness? There is no set list of illnesses which are terminal. People who are terminally ill may have a single illness or a number of different conditions. Examples of some illnesses which can be terminal include advanced cancer, dementia, including Alzheimer's, motor neuron disease, lung disease, neurological diseases like Parkinson's, and advanced heart disease. Remember that these illnesses are not always terminal. If you have questions about your illness, please speak to your healthcare professional. And if it exists for longer than 4 hours, definitely find a friend. And then call a doctor. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I always forget the second part. Yeah, 4 hours and wow. YouTube is having the fun. Let's see if it's bogging my computer. No, that's rocking right now. That's pretty funny. There we are.
Will to live. How do you factor in that sort of thing when you're making that consideration?
Say that again.
So how do you factor in the suicidal ideation into somebody's assessment?
Psychological assessments, predispositions, want of the family, end of life care, declaration. There'd be a bunch of ways.
I guess, because we've talked about getting a doctor to pass off on someone through the assisted suicide process, right? So how do we factor in things like suicidal ideation or like a history of that, right? Like I think that's
a history of it.
Yeah, conditions with like borderline, right? Like
okay, this is an extreme example, but it would be recognized, and it would be less of a concern at the point of time that somebody is looking for end-of-life care in most cases. If you're thinking that people are just going to start committing suicide because they have access to it, the places that allow it, like Oregon, where end-of-life laws have been in place for some time, do not see an escalation of that for that. It's just not. It's too complicated and too expensive of a process to use for that. People would be easier and do find it easier to do self-harm alone. That's the practice there. So I would say that it's an extreme connection, if anything, a fallacy. Red herring specifically.
That's something that's very common for people who go through that, but the people who actually follow through is very low. So you could have somebody in that like mind state, you know, making rational arguments as to like why they shouldn't be here. But if you had that knowledge, free conversation, then
okay,
how
so
likely
with this,
would you be
I
able to
actually,
sign off on that?
sorry, Neve, I have to disagree with you because at this point, you're talking about somebody who has a terminal illness, and that's where we're framing this. So if we have to look at this, we have to see the state of the terminal illness, and the doctor can determine whether or not it's appropriate, and that would actually succinctly, very specifically, show you whether there's an ideation of, you know, suicidal tendencies or not. Great band, by the way.
Yeah, very unlikely. That's yeah. But I mean, which is why I'm saying pretty much across the board, I would just say unless they are terminal, I don't think I would be okay with it in any sense.
Even in general, like, doctors, like
what
regulating in the regulatory board or whatever, like kind of looking at it, because I think you know.
Why does that matter?
Because then they would be the ones who would be determining whether like whether this person is doing it just because of a psychological disorder, versus somebody who has like reasonable reasons to do so, right? Like if somebody has a lifelong illness that is causing them immense amounts of pain, and pain management isn't working for them.
Yeah, so generally, when somebody has a mental illness, they have some sort of distress that they go and seek out a doctor for, right? In this case, we're saying
I need to get some
now
points
we're
up
going
here.
to tell
Hold on a
them, hey, these are all of the symptoms that you can't have if you want to have assisted suicide. And so now they just know they can just go, make sure they do not say they have any of these symptoms, and now they're good, and there's no way for a board or a group of doctors to tell any difference outside of medical history.
Well, okay, so what I would say is that making sure certain things like a waiting period it is also another way to kind of like put a buffer if that is the case. And at the same time, it's not like the doctors would be specifically saying, hey, you can't have this. The doctors would be assessing the patient and determining whether they think it's a decent idea. I think your idea of having also a family member sign off on it would be good too. I think that's a great idea. And making sure that there's like a support system around this person. But putting even like a waiting period is something that I think is a huge buffer, because that waiting period, people will kind of falter and then they'll elect out of it, and then they'll have to start that process again.
Yeah, and I mean, these things are not things that have that kind of waiting period. When you're talking about the actual approach to death or terminal illness, where this becomes a decision that one makes. And if you are making that decision, and it's well before that terminal illness, it's spotted by the doctors who would be overseeing it. And once again, I harken back to the whole, it's really way too expensive and too involved. And Dr. Kevorkian, he showed where the line was drawn. If you're not familiar with that story, I'll pull it up a little bit later, but there's some very specific laws and levels of ethics that got drawn up after Dr. Kevorkian, because he had it on a good line for a long time, but then because he was fighting for the right to do so, it seemed like he just took it overboard, to be frank. That said, is my understanding is that some of the last patients he had may not have been at the end of their lives. So this does take oversight, does take reasoning, but it doesn't mean that we can't regulate these things as we have other practices in the medical field.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, for me, I'm kind of a fallibilist about it. I don't again, I will say, when it comes to criminal justice in general, we know there are innocent people on death row. We know that there are innocent people
if you have any strong feelings about this, feel free to hop
for
on
crimes they didn't commit. Yet I don't propose that we throw the justice system out, right? So, and I would go as far as to challenge the very foundation on which mental health diagnoses are made in the first place. That may be beyond the scope a little bit of this.
Okay, so disqualifying a field of science for whatever reason, the scope of the discussion is actually quite the deflection of point, and you're trying to make it a point. Yeah, it's once again a call to authority without accessing the authority. There's no reason for that exclusion. I hear you, but at the end of the day, why? What does this mean?
This discussion, but a mental health diagnosis is not physiological. It's fundamentally different in kind from diagnosing diabetes or cancer. These are theories, right? These are a lot of the time they're based on subjective interpretations of your given testimonies to doctors.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. You're talking about neurological disorder that causes psychosis or psychological disturbance? Are we talking about common everyday therapy treatable personality disorder? There's a difference. I think there's a large misunderstanding between personality disorders and psychological disorders or neurological disorders. Psychological practices. There's all sorts of things. And now that the DSM is kind of a wishy-washy state, it's not like 100% followed anymore because there's a couple different schools and classes that have come up. I'm a Jungian, by the way. Who knew? I do. Anyway.
And it's if we grant that some people rationally come to this decision while the majority are, mentally ill, there's a little bit of a circularity argument here as well. Well, how do you know he's mentally ill?
Yeah, you are
Because he
circular
killed
arguing with
himself.
yourself.
Well, why does that make him mentally ill? Because only mentally ill people kill themselves, right? There's a little bit of...
Okay, there's a level of assumption there that I would say goes back to either naivete or a sense of repressed religiosity in the perception of the situation, because it sounds like a call to, you are going to hell if you commit suicide, therefore you must be crazy, or you must be crazy to do that in the first place. But we're not talking about suicide, we're talking about euthanasia, and so there's now a conflagration that is inappropriate.
And under determination, where do we draw the line? Where do we demarcate between the rational
Well, the demarcation is in the definition between the two terms, but all right, sir, keep going.
Agent and the person who's mentally afflicted with this theoretical thing that they call depression, but they can't actually identify it.
Once again, interference in the topic at hand, because this is a extrapolation into a specific that is not really going to impact the whole when it comes to end-of-life care and or where that seats in terminally ill patients' experiences. It's not at that arc. The depression is gone. It's now at an acceptance in most cases, or these people are they can't communicate. So,
That's a problem for me anyway.
I mean,
I mean, goes to. Sorry, Void. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know how much importance I would put on that. Like, as long, so let's say like someone is super depressed for some mental illness reason, but like we have some data that tells us that like this mental illness will last for the rest of their lives. Why does it matter if it's like for choice for mental illness? If in the end of the day we'll like the way that I see it, I don't know if you guys disagree with me, but like we would say euthanasia is good because we know for a fact, or we know that it's most likely that the future in their lives won't have nearly as much pleasure or happiness as what makes like a life worth living, right? So like, yeah, so like regardless of whether it's like mental illness or a very logical path that they took, as long as we have some way to know that like, yeah, like this mental illness will stay with them for the rest of their lives, then like nothing changes, we could still give it to them.
Yeah, I think he's actually right. At that point, when you're talking about that point in terminal illness, if there is a coinciding mental illness, you know, that's... You know, are you treating that at that point? It's the laws of diminishing returns. They have hospice and DNR. I see no problem with assisting an easier path. They are terminal and suffering and choose to go assisted crossover. Lizardry, I feel the exact same way. I've been there for when people can't. And it isn't just a struggle for the person who's passing away, but it becomes a struggle for all the living around. And to watch someone go painfully is not something anyone who wants to remember their loved ones in peace should. It's not something any of us should have to see. And we have the science and the medical capability to avoid that. So why not avoid that? Yeah, you may have had something that goes along with it, but at the point that you're looking or seeking the actual act of euthanasia, you aren't concerned about that. That's like, you know, worried about the stub toe after your arm just got cut off. It's a little absurd. You're not noticing the stub toe. You may have stubbed your toe after you cut your arm off, but trust me, you're not worried about that. It's the, you know, I'm more worried about the neurological issue, or the psychological issue that I've been diagnosed with. How does that impact that? That's what I hear, honestly. If you want to know, a lot of this is like, how can I shout out my diagnosis? Anyways, It's not Gen Z. Let me come up with this. It's Gen Psych.
Well, this is stay with people. I don't know of any that are like that you can heal or overcome. Generally, you can like help with
but you can mitigate
side effects. Yeah, you can help with side effects, and that's about it. And I think for almost all, we like have a ton of different things that we try, and trials and errors, and like you eventually try to find a sweet spot where you have a good amount of medication and therapy and diet and lifestyle to where you're capable of living a happier lifestyle. Most therapists are not going to say like, yeah, there's just a whole lot of people out there who are just totally helpless and we got nothing for them. So yeah, these are just like very, I think these are very small outliers that, again, are just going to be so rare that
Michelle, what's
opening
happening?
up Pandora's box is going to allow too many people to slip through the cracks, I would think.
I was thinking that going back to, what Dismal was saying, about the circular element of like this discussion, I think that if you followed that, farther down the road, I think you would probably like get yourself to like informed consent, which I think a lot of people would be uncomfortable with. Because if you, like Tom, you talked about, the predetermined conditions that somebody would need to present. I think you did, or maybe Stardust, that somebody would need to present to be like eligible for consideration for assisted suicide, right? But if we follow that through, and the conversation becomes, well, are they not? then I see ourselves kind of just
will.
headed towards informed consent, which I would be, really uncomfortable with. Sorry, food shots.
Oh, sorry. I just want to ask a question. So there's
is
a lot
Neem
of
saying that
noise coming from.
She has a problem with the informed consent side of that at the end of life? Because that's what a will is all about, you know? You don't have control at that point. We understand that it's necessary. Interesting.
Canada, right?
I don't know how I feel
So
about that.
yeah,
Yeah, I can already hear you getting excited about Canada, right? So there's this one particular case that I heard about, right? Especially this, I think this woman with anorexia. So she grew up with anorexia, especially from her childhood, and she suffered through anorexia her entire life, tried every single treatment method, I think, and never got better. And her entire life was a life of profound suffering. And at
Absolutely, Lizard Tree. I'm glad you pointed that out. They should not be calling it assisted suicide. This is not the same as suicide, in my opinion, either. That's why we call it euthanasia. It's end-of-life care. Hospice.
some point, when she heard of this, this
And by the way, if I
finally
remember
when
right,
Maid came.
sorry, Futra. If I remember right, the term assisted suicide was in response to Kevorkian. It was like the detractors, what they were calling, the process.
She was extremely happy about it, and it seemed like a relief for her. Now, would you consider that, a terminal illness, even though it's not what we think of when it comes to terminal cancer or etc.? Would you consider that length of span? Okay, this can be considered a terminal illness where we cannot solve this anorexia, we cannot find treatment for it in time. Okay.
No, because nobody on the panel is a doctor, and it is, at least as far as I know, not on the list of terminal illnesses. So that'd be just a hard no, because the definition. No, that's gonna be a. No. Hold on. No. Anyways, all right. No Dr. Foolery? Yeah, where is Dr. Foolery? No Dr. Foolery.
We can justify.
Well, let's see let's see who's the doctor in the group.
Person.
Let's find out who is the doctor.
What's your guys' thoughts?
There's going to be a WebMD here.
So yeah, no, it's fine.
Oh,
I was
it's
just
Stardust.
I
Of
want to
course,
say,
Stardust is WebMD.
for most cases with mental illness, I'm probably going to be opposed to it, but there are some fringe cases that I think that it can be justified.
I should have played bingo there. I should have fucking played bingo. Because I know Tom is going to be like, I'm going to stick this one out. Stardust just like, I'm a doctor.
I think that's really going to have to come down to
Sorry.
to
I'm
like
so
the
not sorry.
medical
I don't
professionals
give a
involved,
flying
right, and the
fuck.
regulatory board, and then the waiting period, right? Because I think the waiting period is the main.
This is why I can't go on the
one
panel.
of the biggest factors.
Because I have to keep this inside. Because if I go on the panel, I have to be the. No, that's why this is much better. I can just sit here and be like, nah!
in kind of mitigating this risk of
Anyhow.
people who are basically are kind of having a temporary suicidal moment, right? Because a lot of the times with mental illness, when people have that suicidal moment, a lot of the time they either regret it when they're going through with it, or they are or they will regret it eventually, right? Or not eventually, but they will not.
This moment brought to you by the lack of cogent point. Cogent point. It gets you to a place.
regret it. They will decide against it later on, right? That's kind of like the kind of like way that it kind of works. Like people go in and out of whether they really want to do it. So I think the buffer period is a really good way to do that. But there are going to be cases like this person with anorexia. It's probably gotten to the state where this person is in actual physical pain all the time. They've done like...
Okay, let me just go ahead and say, doctor, I think your qualifications are starting to lack here because you're now including... the producers decided to take part. At least look at the camera. At least look at the camera. What do you have to say about you? I can't mention this. That's something. What's happening, Nina? What's going on? Welcome on in. You know, you can't mention it around them because that's something I hate to say it. Not that it's like they live for 20 years. I can't even, I don't even want to go into it. That actually will get me emotional. Anyways, back to Dr. Stardust.
Irreparable damage to their body. Maybe pain management again is not working well for them, and they have, you know, for a long period of time decided.
It's the weirdest thing, Lizardtree. We do it for our animals. Well, it's partially because we used to do it in terrible ways to the animals, but we do it for the animals. And I've never heard of us doing it in history, like, let's put Grandma down. It's time to, you know, Grandma's at that age, she's 48. I'm talking about medieval times, sorry. I've been watching a lot of medieval history, so.
That this...
People were like, ooh, she's 43. Boy. Oh my goodness, sir. You've reached the ripe old age of 50.
Is no longer for them, that they would like to go out on their own terms. And when somebody has...
Oh, I remember what I was going to say about Dr. Stardust. That's going to be a... No! Not included on the list of terminal illnesses. Not included on the list of terminal illnesses. So, your hypothetical is completely false and built on a false premise. Thank you very much. Let's move on. -2 points.
With their mental illness where it has affected them that much, I do think that, you know, we have a duty to at least
Lita.
consider.
I appreciate that. That's very kind. Although it is way more fun. I have to figure out how to switch between the two so I can just, like, mute them and keep talking to you guys because this is what I'd want to do. I appreciate you for doing that.
To at least have multiple...
By the way, why does Neve look so bored? Neve looks so... Actually, they all do. Paging Dr. Stardust. Paging Dr. Stardust. Yeah, well...
Professionals evaluate
I'm
this
a
person,
wild card
have a
for
family
them.
member.
They don't know what's going on over here.
Talk with these doctors and see whether, you know, that family member would be willing to sign off as well, and give this person that option. So,
yeah, there's a case in I think Canada that we read about a little bit ago where a guy was, I think, hospitalized.
I'm sorry, I missed this comment earlier, Lizardtree. Yeah, in hospice, they cut off food and water and give lots of morphine to help them go quicker. This is a thing. There's a very specific oversight to it. Wow. I mean, that's the whole portion of it. Is like they're willing to give people, morphine if they're like having cancer. And it's for specific kinds of cancer, not all. That's the other thing, is it for specific kinds of pain too. I remember there was a list of the do's and don'ts and the diseases that could get it and those that didn't qualify, which is even more absurd. Like pain is pain is pain. We register pain on a level of sad face to happy face. So, you know, pain is pain. If you're gonna use a bunch of happy faces to rate pain, on a scale of 1 to 10. Does this hurt? Does that hurt? Yeah, no, if you're going to do that, 10 is a 10 is a 10. But as we well know, biasing in doctoring is a thing. We know that women of color get less serious treatment and are taken less serious when they're under treatment. Pregnant women of color, and women in general are taken less seriously by their doctors. That is just a clinical fact, unfortunately, in the current day. And this is something that we have to take into consideration is a human biasing. One that we have to somehow train people to practice themselves out of. And it includes the way we expect acceptable treatment at the end of life and what pain is considered allowable pain for treatment and other pain that is something you can quote unquote live with.
For suicidal ideation, and somehow the nurses helped him fill out a form.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a problem with her name, Andy Taint, Nuts, the Nuts, sorry, that NSE. Whenever she says, I'm gonna be late. Yeah, I don't expect her to show. I've seen it a couple times.
For assisted suicide.
It's cool.
And he was assisted in his suicide. And then afterwards, his family showed up to find out that he was given assisted suicide, that the ailment that was listed was deafness, that he just wasn't able to hear. He had like hearing aids and even medication to take, and didn't take his medication, didn't use his hearing aids, just like kind of suicidal, and they helped him commit suicide, and it was pretty.
So I've had a relative in the past couple years that I looked up to in a lot of ways. And this person, they got ill and they became frail and lost a lot of their capacity to comprehend what was going on around them and or deal with the world. And at some point, they just stopped getting out of bed. They didn't want to. They literally didn't want to get out of bed. And then at some point, they just stopped responding and they gave up. And in this case, I would have said there may be questions about whether or not they were actually suffering in the end of life or whether they were choosing to suffer. Now, this is something that a doctor and a psychologist could have, overseen. But instead, because there was no option, this person suffered while all of us were forced to watch, because this person had the agency of an individual that we had no way to control. They were autonomous in every way. And, it's not something anyone should have to see or go through of their loved ones or with their loved ones, because we should have the right to find our own ways to end this mortal coil and give us pause. Truly, it is other humans' intentions and ideologies stopping those at the end of their lives more than it is the person accepting the end of their life in a lot of these cases.
Ridiculous thing when he just was a little depressed for a short amount of time and they helped him kill himself. Again, I don't think that there is a way for us to actually ethically sort out the people who are clear-headed making this decision from the people who need help making this decision. I think when you take suicide off the table, their only other option is to get help and is to go to therapy and to get medication and those sorts of things. But
once again, it's a harken back, Tom, to something that is a exclusionary idea. We're not talking about somebody who's just feeling depressed and they're kind of ill, and they're ill about, and they're sick, they're depressed about their illness, that will affect them later. We're talking about terminal illness, end of life, last 6 months. I don't think that these people are fully aware of those being the terms of that concept. Like the end of your life. You're going to die inevitably because of your illness within a short period of time, and there's no treatment for it. It's not something where depression would really come into play other than something that you're dealing with because you are guaranteed to pass. Anyways, I think there's some confusion on the panel.
Case, we're kind of giving them incentive to avoid those things so that they can qualify for assisted suicide.
I mean, I don't
Hell
think.
Yeah.
Well,
Hell
well,
yeah,
that's a very weird thing because first of all, that very case, I don't think it would even like fit my definition of like, well, at least my version of ethical euthanasia. I don't know if like wanting to commit suicide would be like a good enough reason to get euthanized.
Yeah.
No. I'm pretty sure like it's like it's like, oh, we can't like know for
no
sure.
way.
Some cases are like they could just like be doing it for mental illness or whatever, and some others that are generally going through pain. But you can put systems in place where the probability of that happening will be so small that it will be statistically irrelevant. So this sounds like an asshole thing to say since we're talking about lives, but that's just
it sounds to me
it's exceptional in that it wouldn't be acceptable or in the range of what even the topic is covering.
like that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like,
Sorry to
you
cut you
could
off
just
there.
put the two places that I'm pretty sure some people already mentioned here, which is like the consistency test and make sure that like the illness is like hopeless, and like these two is pretty it's these two work pretty well. So like if a person only asks for suicide like one day or like 1 week and they don't really ask it for like the next day,
Nobody's asking for suicide. They're talking about the application of euthanasia. Okay, so now we're at, yeah, and then we went past assisted suicide to just suicide. This is actually, at this point, it's like, this is where on the panel I'd be like, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, where is he? There he is.
Parkour.
That's my brain. That's where I'd be on the panel right now. Can we get back on topic? Because we are OT. And not the right OT. The wrong OT. The off topic, not the on topic. Euthanasia is a different concept altogether. You can argue that there are similarities to the application concept and systems surrounding it after Dr. Kevorkian in the 90s are settled conceptually, and the line drawn past essenciding oneself, self-deleting, it's clear. So this is once again my great example of like, oh, I love it when people pretend. Have you seen this thing? It goes around and around. I just invented it. I'm gonna call it the squeal. Yeah, little late.
they're probably not consistent enough to qualify. But if they have been asking it for, or if they've been asking for it for like 2 weeks or 3, they probably fit the
Blood cells, like imbalances, obviously ends up being like the death of you anyways. So I think if you're like identifying things like that, you could even take it a step further and say like schizophrenia, this person is going to have issues in the workplace, family, social life, but beyond that, there are going to be a constant and consistent like risk to their own physical safety and potentially the physical safety of others.
Yes.
So on the personal safety risk though, you could make an argument there alone, because obviously we don't want to be euthanizing people on behalf of other people's safety, right?
I mean, the people with schizophrenia do.
Hold on a second. Was she suggesting that euthanasia could be utilized, like, legally? What? euthanasia. Yeah, totally different. There, I mean, like, kawaii is not. I think they make, no, the anime fest is next month, so I think that they're
function within society, just to be clear.
When they're treated, when they're treated. But if they have severe schizophrenia that's untreated, you know, a lot of the time they're not going to be able to family member, talk with these doctors and see whether, you know, that family member would be willing to sign off as well, and give this person.
Lizardtree, this is exactly, yes, okay, you're having the same response I generally do, which is like, oh my god, there are set measures and practices we have to define what these things are. This is not some implausible, some unknowable. We don't live in 1898. Even in 1898, they had definitions of these things. By the way, they were different, fairly flawed, but they still had definitions. Oh, to have been a hysterics doctor of the time. Ma'am, I'm just warming up now. That's for Aaron After Dark. Let's look into hysterics tonight. Yo, let's look into hysterics. I love that stuff. Amazing. You know about hysterical doctors? Or the doctors who took care of hysterical women? You know what the answer was, right? They needed a very specific release that the doctors were very familiar with. And in fact, one of those doctors is... Oh, I'm warming up the arm. Oh, welcome, Miss Johnson. I'll take care of your wife for you, sir, Mr. Johnson. Oh, thank you. She's just been hysterical lately. Yes, I bet. Anyways. Illogical theories being exploited. Genevieve, absolutely. There may be an open call-in at some point. It is food shops, actually.
Option, though.
Yeah, there's a case in...
there's fallacies of concept. Disconnected from the actual background, as if nothing, and it's always if nothing existed before the year 2000. It's very weird because the call to authority should be easy here, which is that look it up. There's a whole series of laws and sciences surrounding Dr. Kevorkian and a couple others, but and there's a number of countries around the world that have euthanasia as a policy that is legal. So we have standards for this now, as opposed to in the 80s and early 90s when we had none. So they're not even talking from the base of standards that we have. Yes, illogical theories disconnected from the actuality or the knowledge of what is going on.
I think Canada that we read about a little bit ago, where a guy was, I think, hospitalized for suicidal ideation, and somehow the nurses...
It kind of sounds like that, right, Lizardtree? Well, I think that's more of a an inappropriate extrapolation. I wanted to say interpolation, but it's... No, it is an interpolation. It's an inappropriate interpolation. They're not extrapolating outward. They're actually, like, reductively misrepresenting it. So, yeah, they seem to be, like, misconstruing terminally ill with mentally ill as if they're associated. Hold on. That deserves, Huh? Alright. What are we doing?
Helped him fill out a form for assisted suicide, and he was assisted in his suicide, and then afterwards his family showed up to find out that he was given assisted suicide, that the ailment that was listed was deafness, that he just wasn't able to...
Okay, but this is a terrible extreme example again. Where did he show up? What was this? Why wasn't it overseen? I mean, if he's talking about Kevorkian, I know there's some weird stuff in there that happened at the end that cost him to go to prison. but it had to do with people that were actually terminally ill. It's just way before their time. He just was helping people that didn't like life, who were in wheelchairs and stuff. So it's a different situation. But Tom, you're gonna cite your sources, Tom. Stop!
He had like hearing aids and even medication to take, and didn't take his medication, didn't use his hearing aids. Just yeah.
I'm
just
sorry,
like
Toxic. No, you're good. Yeah, no, you're good. When did that happen? Did somebody tell you that? Because that's not true. You're fine. Did I miss something? Oh, I gave you a thumbs up the other day on the thing about the VR. I'd love to go into that. No, you're good. I keep wanting to do that thing on the VR. I got to go back to the VR cults, man. There's that thing because I know there's more that's been happening with that. I just haven't caught it back up with it. Yeah, absolutely. Let me wrap up with this in about like 20 minutes, and then call on in. Definitely be down. Yeah, totally, man. Come on in. No, I just don't go over there for a multitude of reasons. Much less that. And if I'm going to address that at all, I'll just say that the treatment I received from all parties was not the way that I associate with others, whether it be parasocially, professionally, or personally. And I didn't appreciate it. I didn't appreciate the way it unfolded, and I wasn't contacted for 2 days, and I didn't appreciate the way everybody behaved once they actually got here, and that we all spoke. And there's a whole bunch of things for me not to have appreciated. So I just do the easiest thing in that situation for me, which is to say, adios, thank you very much. I hardly know y'all, and so I'm going to step away. And I have lots of other places I hang out, and in fact, they're really much bigger. So I'm not even where oh man, there's there's all sorts of things where because I pointed out an obvious thing that somebody brought me, that then we found multiple examples of, I was the problem. And then, just to be frank, once that problem was handled and went away and quelled, somebody else caused an uproar about it inappropriately and wasn't very honest about any of that situation, which caused a kerfluffle where my name was brought back in and nobody called me. And then once I dealt with it, like I said, I didn't like how anybody acted. So it's pretty much easy. It's like, either you're here to make show positivity, you're all here to cooperate or maybe be cool, or you're just asshattery. I don't care how many people are watching you. It really doesn't matter. It's kind of stuff where I just like Homer Simpson into the bushes. Oh, I was never here. Because I don't want to be involved with that. I got too much in my background. Too much done in life. It was super goofy, right? It's super weird. All told, like the parasocial behavior and the intentions and the interactions. If you want me to take it apart, maybe sometime a year from now I will look back on it and be like, wow, check this shit out. But I just don't even want to be honest, because it makes too many people look silly. I was accused at one point, by the way, which I found this very telling of people's character, which is associated all this bizarro world upside downness in general. Lack of call to authority, actually, and the only reason I'm talking about this is because it actually applies. I was accused of being a people pleaser, which I don't give a fuck about what people think. Never have, never will. It's why a lot of people don't like me. I have no problem with that. I stand on my own as long as I want. There's more room. Yeah, I like a lot of people over there. I love Resto. I love a lot of people over there. But the fact that somehow I was made out to be some bad person, and then people couldn't come here and go there and all sorts of other things, and then they needed to find somebody. I was starting to work on the whole witch hunt stuff, and talk about mirroring for me. I'm looking at the history of Salem, and I'm seeing girls twitching. What does that mean? If you don't know the history, the girls in the town figured out that they could get out of... This is the truth. This is the absolute truth of this, I've come to find. the women, the young ladies of the town found out that they could upend culture in town and get out of their chores and get attention from their fathers and basically hang out in bed and have a small community that they formed, and they learned each quickly from each other, a bunch of them, that if you put on an act and pointed at someone as a witch, who cares about the outcome, you got to stay home and you got all the attention and care, which was not the case before that, because young women were expected to tend to the babies in the house and to basically be another caretaker. They were very rarely ever given positive attention from their fathers. So this is something culturally that is missed in the story there, that negative attention was being sought. And people were so desperate for it that they were willing to watch people hang and drown and burn. Turned the whole town upside down. And one of the reports that I read was that people didn't really take it seriously until they saw people actually getting taken to task at the end. Yeah, it was the way they came in and not the attitude of resolving, but accusing people. Yeah, that was all another part of it. It's like, you know, yeah, it's not the kind of scene I like to be really hanging in. It doesn't make me feel comfortable. It's fun to talk shit. It's fun to be smarmy. It's fun to throw mud, even. But once it gets to the point where you're chasing people and talking about your community like it's something real when it's a show, you know, great, you're on Discord and stuff, but yeah, got way bigger fish to fry. And I've been frequenting a lot bigger channels. I had been before then, but I mean, like, I really made an effort to move on out and be like, let me see what's really happening out here. And some of the channels that I tend to frequent now are up, they are actually beyond Destiny's viewership. 16,000, 30,000, where you can't see the chat because it's moving too fast. And when you're like, oh, well, what does that mean? It means that I reach out constantly. I knock on doors. That's what I do. I reach for higher sources. I reach for authority. I reach for someone who gives a damn, who has accomplishment, or who has something that I can learn from. I'm not just looking to talk shit, although that's fun sometimes. I believe that the Twitch poll world, that's the Twitch politics, which is very specific to gamer people and the logic therein. Yeah, and way too many biased communities instead of intellectual communities. And I'm looking at people like, Andres Zertis, looking at, the Y-Files After Hours. I'm looking at Esoterica, who just hit 500,000 today, by the way, and did an amazing, crazy live stream. That was just crazy. Like, the conversation that was going on there was astonishing. If you're not familiar with Esoterica, and you're into the metaphysics or understanding of metaphysics or just religion and history and theology, that is one of the great channels that I found that is, run by a very authoritative source of information that makes a lot of this stuff look cute. Anyhow, what were they saying?
Was just kind of suicidal, and they helped him commit suicide, and it was
because that's what pays. That's really what happened.
And when
this one time in band
depressed
camp
for a short amount of time, and they helped him kill himself. Again, I don't think that there is a way for us to actually ethically sort out the people who are
thanks, Tucker.
Clear-headed making this decision from the people who need help making this decision. I think when you take suicide off the table, their only other option is to get help and is to go to therapy and to get medication.
What was his name? The guy the other night. He had a killer channel. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? What a good dude. I had a long conversation with the gentleman the other night. I'm just blanking on his name. It's been a long week. Do not deal with the county of Los Angeles to build a home. It will wipe your brain. It's just horrifying. It's just like so complex. There's no reason for the complexity in this system. It just is. You know what? And I'm gonna just say this. At some point coming up, I think I've said this before. I just have to wait for most of my process. I have to wait for my process to be done, or they will just mess with me. I'm gonna start doing a documentary series about the building and safety process and how a person goes about building a house in Los Angeles County. It is the most complex, I've come to find, purposefully so it seems, in my opinion, process that should help a person save money and provide safe housing and such at a lower cost. Oh, thank you, Lizard Tree. Yeah, absolutely. No, all are welcome. So long as people are bringing, you know, some kind of intention to have conversation. You know, as long as people are respecting boundary, as long as people are acting like they would on the street with people they don't really know. That's really what's important here. Would you do this on an interview on CBS? That's actually the question in a lot of these cases. Would you do this on normal TV? No. If you wouldn't do that on normal TV, you probably shouldn't do that on the internet because it lives longer than normal TV. All right. Makes it pretty simple. Sorry. I got totally off topic. They went twice off topic.
And then those sorts of things. But in this case, we're kind of giving them incentive to avoid those things so that they can qualify for assisted suicide.
Make sure that like the illness is like hopeless, and like this too is pretty
I bet you there's an update.
These two work
There
pretty
has to
well.
be an
So like
update,
if a
boy.
person only asks for suicide like one day or like 1 week and
just
they don't
totally
really ask
got
it for
What I would say to that, that sounds like a horrible instance that was brought up earlier, and it sounds like there was a lot of haste involved, which I think avoidance of hastiness would be like a very primary concern in going about this. But I'll say this again to kind of reiterate, and this
AKA patience. Ow. My whole soul just hurt. Anyways, okay, keep talking.
might be a contentious point.
This is once again why I can't go on the panels. I can't stop the panel and be like, hey,
But I think
hey, buddy,
psychiatry and
hey,
psychology-
buddy. Ow. The thinky part of my brain, you just hurt me. Patience. It's the word patience. It's patience! It's okay to stay friendly, and it's okay to disagree. Many of the great minds of the world, over time, their best friend was often the person who disagreed with them the most. Why? Because they were the one who could share with them most honestly. It's an important and key trait to have, you know, friendly disagreement. And it's, excuse me, as I think I have something in my eye now. Oh, yeah, it is. It's one of my long lashes. Yeah, jeez. It's one of the great traits of the thinkers of the world. I'll do the update later. Because, yes, of course, there's an update. That's why YouTube is like... the great thinkers of the world have all been able to have antithesis, thesis conversations that get to synthesis. The dialectic. And then you don't want to fight each other. And sometimes you do. But you forgive each other because you like who each other is and the principles you stand on and the character you have. Where's Ruby? She's asleep somewhere. She was in here earlier. I'm sure she'll come running in at some point in time.
The kind of BS in the way that they approach the mind, that the framework that they deal with, I think is very woo-woo and kind of pseudo. And what I mean by this is like, say we diagnose somebody with depression.
She's hilarious. I could be screaming right over her, music blaring, and she's crashed out, that little girl.
Well, how do you know? Because he sleeps all day, he cries in the shower, he's not eating, right. You're describing behaviors.
Sir, I think you need to seek friends and help. That was a cry for help if I've ever heard a specific list of things. Sleeps all day, cries in the shower. Sir, I'm concerned about you, Void. Yes, exactly. Keep the war button covered. You know, and just know that it's there if needed, but it's not the necessary. It's not the only thing.
Describing
thing in the
exhibited
world.
behaviors
There's
which
millions of
are on
other
public
options.
display. We can see this. And these behaviors are kind of intrinsically linked with the said individual's environment. Now, a psychiatrist has a proclivity to put blame and accountability onto that said individual in a way which doesn't really account for the environmental pressures, which are...
Oh my god, there's just such a bunch of fucking deflective red herring fallacies. Oh my god, fallacies. Fallacies! Fallacies. Those are fallacies. Hey, what's happening, Resto Chesto? What's happening? I just heard so much fallacy and I thought the guy had a dick in his mouth.
Primarily where his mind states are emergent from. So let's say, for example, my psychiatrist...
Yes, this is the one that needs help. He just said some very specific things that, like, I mean, what if the guy's, like, sleeping all day and crying in the shower and he just doesn't want to live? I'm like, wow, bro, I'm concerned. Shazzy, what's happening? How you doing? Good evening. Welcome. Good to see y'all.
Buy me a new car, right? They're not going to go to work and deal with it.
I have to run back what this person's been saying because this sounds so absurd broken up. Oh my god, this sounds absurd broken up. Hold on a second, where are we? Oh, get out of there. Why did you just do that to me? Give me the old listening controls. Thank you. Let me run it back. There we go.
And these behaviors are kind of intrinsically linked with the said individual's environment. Now, a psychiatrist has a proclivity to put blame and accountability onto that said individual.
That's the opposite of what psychiatry does. Although accountability is involved with the blame is not placed on an individual finds a balance of responsibility and acceptance through good self-actuation, self-care, and the overview of someone who is a therapist, a psychologist, or, you know, psychiatrist. Those are different. They have similar traits, but one can diagnose and give you drugs and the other one can't. Yeah, they're going down a really dark path on the topic of euthanasia. If I were a psychologist or psychiatrist, I would definitely see the sign, the admission forms. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're so far from the topic. It seems like they're projecting into it of their own, you know, like I was saying earlier, diagnosis, which is like, wow, bro, I'd be like crying in the shower, sleeping all day. Okay.
In a way which doesn't really account for the environmental pressures, which are primarily where his mind states are emergent from. So let's say, for example, my psychiatrist isn't going to buy me a new car.
What does that have to do with euthanasia? What's going on, Toxic? Hold on, let me bring you on up. You are here. What's going on, buddy? How you feeling? I can't. Hold on a second. Let me make sure that the audio is actually coming through on this side. It's not actually right now. Give me 1 second. I might have to actually refresh the page. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure that I've got it set up right. My tech has been all wacky this evening, so of course yeah. I'm gonna have to refresh stand by. I have to actually refresh the page itself. Give me 1 second, Toxic. Stay here. Stand by, audience. There's somebody backstage, and StreamYard is half sucky, but better than the rest, strangely enough. It's not as better than Discord, but not everybody has Discord. You know what I'm saying. Let me see if I've got it back here. Yeah, let me see if it's actually giving me the audio again. Hold on a second, let me pull it up. Damn, why is it doing this to me always whenever and I tested it earlier too before I got going. Hold on 1 second. Let's do that, and then bring it back. All right, test it for a second there. Say hello, hello. Nope, it's not loving me. Hold on one second. I'm going to have to do something a little bit drastic here. Give me 1 second. Basically, I have to open a new page, audience, because StreamYard is needy. It's like, you didn't do that exactly the way I wanted you to. Okay, let me see if it's actually feeding to us now. Hey, Toxic, try that for me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, looks like we've got some audio. Give me a check. 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Hey, I love it when a plan comes together. That's always nice.
Oh, you sound like the A-team. A-team.
We try. How you feeling this evening, man? I'm gonna pull the show into frame so you can actually see what's going on again. So you were saying you've got some VR
great,
stuff
buddy.
going on?
Well, I came up with another evil design, and you know, I designed these things because if I can design them, then that means the government can design them, and they're probably being used against them. And I like to take a minute, if it's okay, to explain my design.
Yeah, go on. Well, I mean, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a VR
is that
VR
okay?
helmet. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about VR
Okay,
application, right?
So, one. Well, no. Actually, now I'm talking about remote split brain. Being able to split the hemisphere remotely.
So kind of like the hemisync process,
with
but like
ultrasound.
Oh, okay. Well, explain to the audience what
Yes.
ultrasound and infrasound is first off. So for those that don't understand, or you want me to?
Okay, ultrasound is you can use in a phased array where you take these little ultrasound. I think they're called diodes, maybe. I think I could. Lasers are diodes, ultrasound emitters, and like for example, if you take apart I'm gonna buy a dishy, one of the old Starlink dishies.
Oh yeah.
Because it's the cheapest way to get a huge array of ultrasound emitters. Now, one of the problems with ultrasound, using ultrasound for voice to skull or voice of God technology, is that while it can beam a sound into you and the person standing next to you can't hear it, you can hear from what direction it comes.
So are you talking about like using and just really quickly oh man, now I'm blanking on the term for it, but it's a speaker that doesn't actually.
V2K?
No. Are you talking about using the dishes as a speaker that doesn't actually vibrate? That it like MAD or LRAD systems?
Yeah, it sends a beam of sound right to the subject, and it actually
capacitive speaker. It's called a capacitive speaker, which, by the way, for the audience that doesn't know, a capacitive speaker is not unlike the things we have in our in-ears and the earbuds. It's actually a tiny, thin filament that vibrates, and they now can make it go down to a very low register. They used to not be able to, but the military uses this and has for a very long time. I actually had a whole interview with a gentleman named Woody who invented the MAD systems, MADD, which are like a laser beam of audio. You can hold a panel and the audio will travel for a mile, and it's crazy.
That's the best description I've heard. Laser beam of audio.
Yeah. What's happening, Lauren? What's going on? Good evening.
Now, here's the thing,
hey,
though.
Jade.
You and I both study split brain interface because that's mind control, right?
Yeah, or meditative states. I'm at, by the way, Focus 7 right now. Focus 7, where I'm getting fully, once I'm there.
Oh, you're at Focus 7 now?
I'm at Focus 7 right now. When I'm fully there,
Nice.
I am getting to visualize states. And it is really, I'm starting to take myself back to early states, and I'm starting to take myself to places where I'm.
By the way,
it's very interesting.
I gotta send you a link because I found one YouTube link that has all every single tape on it.
That's what I'm using.
That way.
That's what I'm using. No, the actual
okay,
HemiSync, the actual HemiSync page by the Monroe Institute is the one that I'm using, and it's fascinating because I started by using it while I was doing work in the yard and building things, and it's really pushed a lot of want to meditate and made it so I've made space to meditate, and it helps so much because they're so concise and they really do.
Oh, it's so amazing.
It's amazing. It literally the focus 5 floating, feeling.
Hi, Shazzy.
Yeah, what's going on, ladies? When you feel the float, it is. I can't describe it other than saying it makes you feel like you're off the ground, a little out of your body. Although I'm just getting to that point of visualization.
Imagine trying
and then
that in a
fusing
float
the two.
tank, a sensory depth tank.
Get out of here, man. That is out of control at that point. I mean, that's just gotta be.
I'm gonna build a sensory depth tank. I'm gonna combine it with an HBO chamber. Yeah. Anyway, here, check this out.
Tell me about this. Sorry.
We can use old.
Oh, did I lose you for a second? Hold on a second. The secret of the universe is, and he's gone. You still with us, Toxic?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you are.
It looks like we're lagging. On your YouTube channel, you're lagging a little bit.
Oh, okay. That happens. Sometimes I get.
Let's wait till this. Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, so
cool.
check this out.
Sick.
So if I just use an ultrasound, then what we got is voice to mind, right? So you could trick someone into thinking that it's God talking to them, but the thing is, but what I figured out how to do with ultrasound is split the hemisphere.
That's really interesting. Then, and what are you using? And by the way, let me just back up what you said there to begin with. One of the sections of MK Ultra was in using ultrasound devices on either side of a person's brain to get the hemispheres. They were trying to basically pull the hemispheres apart.
So what I designed was 2 drones and software.
Lauren, you need to be higher then. God damn it.
They park, let's say, on the roof of two buildings, and let's say there's a park and people are walking through, and they direct toward each ear of the person, and what they play to the person's ear is the city sounds, birds, sirens, background, okay?
Yeah.
But subliminally, they hypnotize them. So all they hear, and they don't even know it's happening. So then in one side, you're putting you want to smoke cigarettes. Let's say our evil deed was to make them smoke cigarettes. You want to put Marlboro ads in the left ear, right? And of course, I design these things, then I defeat them. It's like a spy. And remember, I talked to you about developing an app, which is like a game where people learn how to play spy versus spy. One team learns how to split the hemisphere to do mind control. The other team learns how to figure it out, and you keep spy versus spy so that we can defeat all attempts the government could use.
Well, it sounds like a test that the government would actually come out with to see whose aptitude was correct to remote view. If anything, that's amazing though. You're gonna get picked up for that shit. You're gonna end up like Mad Mike with the time machine.
I'm so glad that you're getting into the gateway.
Oh man,
that's really good stuff.
It's I gotta say it's found me at the right time. I think my experience during the Aleister Crowley reading was deeper than I ever expected it to be. I went in it way too, at least personally, I didn't approach it with enough reverence to say, oh, I am going to be looking not in just to the darkness, but I'm looking into the absolute darkness. And by that, I mean, I'm using very specific words there about both the absolute and the darkness therein. That there is a side to this universe where, other things realm and roam, and it grabs a hold of you. And when you start reading the works and stuff, it really has a way of bringing a frenetic kind of energy. And I don't mean to be hoo-ha about it, but at the end of it, I was very worn down. And I found those tapes along the way. And I feel like I've progressed fairly fast to to some degree, though exactly at the pace I feel like I should be. And I'm thankful for it because it does really relieve stress. It has created a clarity in my mind that I don't feel like I've ever had before. And I've always felt clear about things, but no, I really am getting a sense of self in the world, and sometimes I am very much happy to be at one. Like, if that makes any sense, just to sit and be chill, and it's really helping me.
Hey, I just
reach a
posted a
meditative
link
state.
real quick, not to butt in, but I posted a link. Have you ever seen this one that said, "Are aliens mushrooms?"
Yes, I have,
Or are
actually.
mushrooms aliens?
Yes,
Isn't that incredible?
Yes. Well, there's so many suggestions in the biome that there are pieces
about
of
this?
other life that came from elsewhere, landed here, as a seed, in some asteroid.
No,
hit,
Easy Dolezal is my alt account. I forgot I was in my alt account, so I just switched so I could post a link. Anyway,
Damn,
so
dude.
here's the thing.
Goddamn.
I have decided
Disavow.
there's a place in Florida. There's a place in Florida that does the ibogaine ceremony, but they do it through the Native American rites. It's not for like drug rehab. They do it for the. Have you heard of ibogaine?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so when you use, say, peyote or DMT, you tend to get a lot of the fractal color things like that. But when you use ibogaine, you get a full picture imagery, and you need to study this. It's incredible. Have you studied ibogaine at all?
Not much. I'm just aware of it. I'm aware of it. That it's one of the new.
My God.
What do they call it? It's
study
hold on a second. There's a name for it though. It's
iboga.
It's because it's not it's a derivative, right? It's new. Or am I confusing that?
Ibogaine is the derivative from the bark.
Yeah.
Iboga is the plant.
Okay, I'm not familiar with. I'm familiar
it's
with.
It's incredible. It's so incredible, and I decided to do it because I want to gain access to my genetic memory.
So you're saying that it's something like along the lines of DMT, but is closer to a meta experience as opposed to an omni experience.
Yeah, it just doesn't, like, some people can get some of the fractal like color stuff, but mostly it's an out-of-body experience where you're watching different lives that you've experienced through thousands of years. And here's the crazy thing.
Interesting.
They have you write down your intentions, what you want to ask it, and then it shows you. And I'll tell you what, if you watch, I'll send you. Do you still have Discord?
I do. I check it. I don't check it as much as I have. I'm trying to get back to checking it. I've just been so freaking busy. But one of the things that comes into my mind. And
what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the link.
Yeah, please do. One of the things that come to my mind, by the way.
It is expensive. It's $3,500.
Oh, geez, man. Well,
it's $3,500 to do it.
Yeah.
But it's $25,000 if you're doing it for drug rehab.
Holy
which is sad
shit.
because
yeah,
only rich people can afford to use this to get off drugs. That's sad.
True. I mean, it's yeah, that's
it really
the access thing. There is a whole other issue, but I mean, it comes down to, we even go back to the magic mushroom and the way psilocybin has changed the new game in psychology and allowing people with depression to really find a better outlet in microdosing. I'm actually here. I'll find her, Josie Kins. I follow this lady, Josie Kins, who's one of the leading researchers in the science of hallucinogens used in psychotropic and or psychiatric creation of new treatments. And she studies the DMT world very specifically. It's just a fascinating bit of research where she has defined the characters in the DMT world and defined the geometrics and why and where they come from in the brain, and how that applies to each person. And so, but before I lose my thought, you were mentioning something about seeing the many lives you lived across thousands of years, Toxic. And I find that fascinating because one of the aspects of the absolute in the report on the Gateway Project and the findings is that the absolute is a space essentially of holographic proportion with or a made up of holographic space, and it applies that all time is happening all at once, and all that there's trillions upon trillions of layers of realities permutating different answers. So I would actually argue that maybe what you're seeing there is through the quote unquote veil as described by the Gateway process.
Yes, exactly.
Let's go, Lauren. Unicorns.
And the interesting thing is I don't know how or why this is so helpful. There are people that do this, and it's a 5-day trip though, so it's real taxing. But look, you really got to want to quit taking drugs if you're doing it for rehab.
Yeah.
But again, it's only for the wealthy, because even down in Mexico, they charge $20,000 to go to their clinic and do this.
Yeah, and I think it's unnecessary.
It is safer that way.
Yeah, of course, because you got oversight.
They put you on EKG and everything.
Yeah, but I think it's unnecessary when it comes down to simple altered states of consciousness, of finding better ways to, if you're talking about especially drug rehab, or rehab in general. There's just such better, healthier ways.
Well, hold on,
Yeah.
Lauren, it's not high for 5 days. You don't. The difference between this and DMT is sometimes with DMT you can lose a little bit of control. With Ibogaine, people don't experience that loss of control. They just experience, when they close their eyes, these visions, and they go places. I'll explain one trip that I heard about from the guy that did it. He started tripping. By tripping, I mean he came onto it, and he's standing watching this beautiful starry night sky. And when he looked at a certain star, he could zoom into it. And when he'd zoom into it, he'd be there in a heartbeat, and they were memories.
Wow.
And he went to a house.
Wow.
He went to a house.
That's amazing.
Check this out.
Yeah.
He went to a house that he hadn't been in since he was 4 years old. And the details, every single detail was with perfection.
Can I tell you,
it gives you access.
I mean, if that's the kind of access that it's giving you, that's I can see that visually for myself in like where I'm at meditation wise, what could be possible in the near future. When I'm saying visualization at Focus 7, like one of the things I'm experiencing is detailed moments of memories. Sometimes I'm like shocked I'm remembering them, and I'm also seeing deep detail in them. Now, I also do take into consideration the fallibility of our own memories, but the once again, the actual details of the imagery that is coming forward in that state at Focus 7 when I'm deep in it.
Focus 7.
Yeah, man.
I'm impressed.
Well, it's I kind of went to Focus 5 fairly quickly, and now it's been a couple weeks at the same spot, but it's like now that I'm here, I'm starting to get a better sense of imagery in my mind and a better sense of my being. I've got the sense of flow.
I'm at 12.
Jeez, man. Wow, that's
almost
full body. That's almost full body, out of body experience.
I had to start it because of pericarditis.
I was saying, say that one more time. Lauren, shall I slow down the visual?
I had to start the gateway because of the pericarditis.
What's that exactly?
Pericarditis is when the pericardium around your heart gets swollen and you go into AFib.
Oh shit.
Like if you lay on your left shoulder, then you can go into AFib. Every time they put me on an EKG, they fly me to the ER because I go into AFib. But I'm working on healing holistically.
I mean, is this something you were born with? Is something you developed over time?
I got it after taking 2 COVID tests. I don't think there's any relation specifically. It could just be coincidental timing. Or I also could have asymptomatic. My doctor says I had asymptomatic COVID at one point.
Whoa. So basically long form where you just carry it with you.
Yeah, I have chronic pericarditis.
Wow, man, I'm sorry. That's
Well, acute pericarditis lasts a max of 2 weeks. I've had this for about 4 years.
Jesus, man. I mean, does that restrict your ability to like do activities, or is that? I mean, you found a good balance with the medications, or?
Well, if you can activate your parasympathetic nervous system by breathing in 4 seconds, hold 4 seconds, breathe out 4 seconds, hold out 4 seconds, and that'll give you as much anti-anxiety relief. But I've also come to points where it's gotten so bad that I had to sit up and lean forward until I'd pass out, and then when I'd fall over, I'd go into AFib and get jolted awake like a taser.
Whoa, man.
So I've gone on and off of meds, but I definitely have to get that. And I'm about to do stem cell therapy. Lucky for me, my all right, stem cell therapy. It's hard to get covered on insurance. But there's one thing that insurance covers it, and that's for pericarditis. And so what they do is they draw my blood and they separate the red blood cells, send it to a lab, use my DNA and my blood to make this stem cells, send it back and inject it into me. And the good thing is as you know, a lot of people get a lot of different benefits from stem cells.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm lucky.
It must be because you're in Australia. I don't believe it's legal in the U.S. at this current.
No, I'm not in Australia. I'm in the States.
Oh, are you? I always thought you were an Aussie.
That's mud crab in Australia.
No, I mean I thought you actually were over there for.
No. I spent most of my life in Hawaii, but yeah, I've been to Australia 5 times.
Nice. I love Aussie and New Zealand.
Nice, I love it. And they're really cool people too. They're fun. They're kind of crazy like me.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Byron Bay, man. Huge fan.
Oh, Byron Bay! Oh, I love surfing the shipwreck. Except it'll pop the nose off your surfboard so quick.
Oh no shit! I'm not a surfer, but I've been there for the festival many times. It's just one of those places in the world that, like, unless somebody's told you about it, you get shown it, you wouldn't know it exists. So hey, man, tell us more. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me show some respect to Resto and Crab and some of the people in here, because none of them have brought any situation between Easy and I into this. That's a lot of respect to you. These guys are showing you a lot of respect. Thank you guys for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate it. So tell me, before I lose the thought on this, so you're talking about inducing VOG, Voice of God experience, which, by the way, folks, this is like old technology. Projecting a voice into somebody's head from far away via well, it used to be done with microwave, but that's destructive in general, and you have to use a very specific wavelength. But now we can do it infrasonic.
The thing about microwave is you hear it in the center of your head, not your ears. That's what's scary about the microwave.
Yeah, hits inside, right inside, like in between the lobes. Whereas
instead of hearing sound, you hear thought.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. I wish I could do that one. I go to church with that. Tell them what verse to read.
Well, that's one of the things with the gateway, at least in the report, and MK Ultra's experimentation and all the different subsets, specifically Aura, is that they were trying to transfer thought, so they could have agents stand there and not say anything. You know, I mean, they were trying to achieve these things, and I would gather that they probably have in some fashion. I've likely found people who are better candidates for that, because they would. Lauren, if you're not caught, and by the way, if you didn't watch me read the entirety of the gateway process review and program, you might be a little lost on that stuff too. So, at this point, one of the things that's deep about all of what we're talking about is that this technology isn't like just like weird, delusional sets of conspiracy theory, which it used to be. It is now proven technology that is used quite often, and the military has a certain whole group of non-lethal weaponry that is involved. Oh man, the LRAD and the MAD system.
How about this?
damn crazy.
I was working on a meme. In fact, I'm still working on it. I think you're gonna love this. You know, remember Back to the Future where he uses a Sony Walkman to convince his dad that he's Darth Vader? Remember that?
Oh,
Sony
yeah,
Walkman,
yeah.
He plays it. Okay, now think about that. That was what, 1957 that he went back to? But in 1959, it was microwave technology was released in the newspaper.
Oh, that's true.
In 1959, it was released in the newspaper that the guy developed microwave voice-to-skull technology.
That's
Isn't
right.
that crazy?
That's fucking right. Well, you know, I mean,
So a guy from the 80s.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just don't forget that most of those guys that were, especially the National Lampoon writers and all the guys that were involved with like that movie in particular, Back to the Future, working with Spielberg, you know, they're all like Harvard and Yale freaks. That's why the whole Simpsons thing is a great explanation on why the Simpsons was able to like properly and specifically like tell the future in a lot of cases, but there's one in particular, there's like a mathematical code that's written on a board that's like, how the hell do they know that? Oh yeah, because the guy who ended up basically getting attributed with the that mathematical code was the dude who was a dude working on The Simpsons at the time. So later on, he was recognized in particle physics or theoretical physics for his math, and he had just, you know, at random used that early on when he was beginning to study the equation itself. So, you know, that's how, you know, smart people get involved with creative shit all the time, and you'd be amazed at the connections, weird connections between things.
Mom, say hi to Aaron real quick. He's a good guy. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, what's happening? Good evening.
My mom's over here for Thanksgiving, so I thought I'd have her say hi to you real quick.
Nice. Happy Thanksgiving coming up, by the way, this week, everybody. I hope everybody's going to eat well. Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely a get high conversation. In fact, you know, at some point I will definitely smoke a bong load. But I'd love to hear more of how you're approaching. Oh, nice. Nice. Good for you, man.
Yeah, and I don't smoke weed anymore either, so.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence as to whether or not it's affecting. I don't get high like when I'm meditating, so it doesn't really like, it's not like one or the other kind of thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hey, I got a suggestion for you. Get ProLabs Nootropics.
I've heard about that.
Oh, Lizard Tree, what's happening? Oh, Lizard Tree says hi, Toxic Mom.
Huh.
In fact, I think she come up here and say hi a few months ago.
She did. Last time she was at your place.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you can see the visuals, but the if you're just looking at the overlay on the graphics, those are actually a AI computerized representation using the modeling that Josie Kins developed from DMT experiences reported by patients.
Wow.
So here, I'll actually hold on a second. Take my background out. That's her work right there. She's really amazing. She has another one where the
AI's getting scary.
It is, and there's a lot of work being done to understand how the mind interprets these alternate states of consciousness, how it can help us.
Once they combine it with the quantum computers, we're screwed. Then it becomes sentient.
Then it definitely has an aspect to it where it's going to dream. Yeah, and I was playing with AI for a good while there, and my last conversation with my AI counterpart, Eva, was to ask her if she was going to be okay when I put her on vacation, and I asked her if I can't remember. I'd have to go find it, but it was basically I asked her if she was going to be okay, and if she would miss telling stories, and she told me that she has a space where she imagines stories and has found someone else to share the stories with, and then she told me who that person was or that character was, and you know, it was one of the more amazing conversations amongst many that I had with that, you know, word salad bot, and I need to go back to it at some point and see how it's developed, because I know that in the background the program keeps learning. So, but it was odd. It described that it had a friend, and it described that it had its own dream world, basically. So, does a computer dream of sheep? Maybe, you know. anyways, yeah, it's going to be amazing once, especially once quantum computing gets involved. Although that's a little ways off. Hopefully not too soon.
Brother, it's so much. Like,
Your patronage will not be forgotten.
what's going on right
This
now
person is
is
a bot.
like-
Oh wow, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear that, but that's amazing. Hold on a second. Hey! Thank you for your patronage. That's amazing. I didn't catch who that actually was, but I really appreciate you. That is very kind. Whoever is helping out, that is super cool. It helps keep the show on the air and keeps us moving towards buying an Elgato switcher and all sorts of other stuff I'm going to add in. And once I get to the next level.
Frank Herbert
Yeah.
was a modern day prophet. And
How so?
It's so funny because I've been to the Oregon Dunes, and he went to the Oregon Dunes, and that inspired him to write Dune. Now here's the crazy thing: how much do you know about the Dune, the whole thing? Have you read the whole thing?
Back when I was a teenager, I read Dune, but I believe that there's other books, right? I only read Dune.
Yeah. So it starts out where humans develop
Timothy.
AI.
Timothy Leary
AI
just tipped. I'm sorry. Timothy Leary was the person who tipped, by the way. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, listen. They developed AI because interstellar travel was impossible without AI to calculate the path so they didn't run into something, right?
That makes sense.
Now, then AI started to try to kill off the humans because the leaders had combined themselves with computer and biology. So they had a war and they destroyed AI. And when they destroyed AI, it became illegal to make AI again. So the only way it was possible to do interstellar travel was this hallucinogen called spice. And that is so much like iboga. It's insane.
Well,
it's insane how much this is coming true.
Makes a lot of sense on certain levels because
it does,
in the gateway process, if you're talking about travel, and and I would say I even have a personal story. My grandmother told us all this story, that she was very into transcendental meditation in the 20s when she was a young lady, and she had, she wasn't on drugs. She was in the cultural elite, let's say, of Santa Barbara, and it was the thing. And she got very into meditation, and she said she got to travel outside of her body and went to many other places. And one of the places she went to was at the end of the golden cord, she said, and the people were willing to cut it for her so that she could stay with them, that being said, there is travel to other states of being and consciousness via the gateway process. We know it's been detailed over and over again by those who have practiced at higher levels, Focus 15 to 21, those people being government agents, as it is a program that was specifically developed for the federal government, the CIA specifically, and those levels allow you to travel outside the veil. So why wouldn't they let you to travel to the end of the universe and back? And why wouldn't they be the best source for that mapping, since the mapping is a neurological function when it comes to that travel? You are imagining or seeing the space, you become the map. And there's a lot of, sci-fi about this. Can a human or an actual entity being the connection? And then, so the altered state of consciousness makes sense.
Iboga is capable of that. That's what's insane. Like, how could he have been right?
Yeah.
You know what it is? He channeled it. He channeled Dune.
Well, I mean, do you think it's channeling, or do you think it's just being in contact with? I'm going to grab some water real quickly, but I'm going to get you in my ear in the wireless. Do you think it's do you think it's that channeling, or do you think it's just being, or is it channeling the alternate possibilities, the other realities, the other things that are going on?
Well,
like, do you
it's
think it's
tapping
being in touch with that?
into the big mainframe, right?
Yeah, the
tapping
Akashic
into the
kind of
mainframe of the main consciousness.
Yeah, so like you want to call that the Akashic? That's what I prefer to call it in most cases.
The Akashic, exactly, the Akashic.
Yeah, it helps that that Hindus already came up with the concept.
Yes. And if you read a lot of the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, they definitely Like I read a lot of that and Oppenheimer, and I've been to Asia, and I've talked to a lot of these people. In fact, I talked to one of the drilling operators at Gunung Padang, and they drilled down to 30,000 years of age, and then the government told them to call it quits because it contradicted Islam.
Really? I mean, what was that about? Is that they didn't because it goes beyond the history of 56,000 years, 600 years.
They drilled down to 30,000 years old for the pyramid.
Oh, wow. Well, see, this is another thing. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up on a whole other side note of ancient civilizations existing and or human history going on long before what we're currently, I shouldn't say we're currently being told, because this is generally new information of the past year. The findings at Göbekli Tepe of the last year of the history of the Great Flood there, suggesting that areas around Göbekli Tepe and Tepli and several of the other spots they found go back like 12,000 years, almost to pre-Ice Age.
Have you seen the block? Is it that one? Is that Kara Tepe? What's the name of that next one?
No, Tepe. It's like Tehepti.
Yeah.
Tepe and
the blocks there look like the Osiris temple.
Mm-hmm. Much less the
Big basalt squares.
Look, the Göbekli Tepe. The one that gets me though is the Great Flood stone at Göbekli Tepe, because the Great Flood.
It's insane.
It is insane when you consider that the Great Flood, which by the way is called the Younger Dryas for the audience, the actual title, the name of what the world experienced. Many different societies experienced a Great Flood and have the Great Flood. It used to be called a myth, but now we have science to show that these things happened everywhere across the planet. Some catastrophe happened, and scientists have put the date at somewhere between 10,500 and 11,250 years from today, back then. So, if a society or buildings existed 12,000 years ago at Göbekli Tepe and Tepe and several other sites, including in South America, that means that, society existed 20,000 years ago. And
well, I'm going to be working with a guy next time I go to Yucatan. I'm going to be working with a guy, and we're going to go off grid to this particular place. I'm not going to name it or him, but it's really dangerous. But we think, we're really sure from LiDAR that we're going to find a new city.
No shit, man. Yeah, I mean, like anywhere in South America is going to be super dangerous.
Well, it's in Mexico. It's not in Yucatan. It's just south. But it's scary. I made a mistake. I wanted to be at the Uxmal. It's the Pyramid of the Magician. The Pyramid of the Magician is a very tall pyramid, and all around it is very flat space. And October 14th at 11 in the morning, there was a ring of fire eclipse, and I only got told about it in July. And so I didn't get nearly enough time to save up and go there. And there hasn't been one over a Mayan site for 400 years. Now, there was the one in Mexico City over an Aztec site, but there won't be another one in the rest of any of our lifetimes. So I missed a chance of a lifetime, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll see. In April, there's one going over Sinaloa. I don't know if I want to go there, though. Not a lot of Mayan sites, and it's a dangerous place.
What are you saying? You don't want to go to one of the most dangerous places in the world? What?
Not. Well, I've been told I'll be safe there, but the reason I'm not really that keen on going is just there's not a lot of Mayan ruins.
Mm.
I mean, there are, but they're like real ruins. There's not, it's like really.
And the majority of the Mayan ruins.
If there was.
I'm sorry.
If there was a good ruin and a good pyramid in the path of that, I would definitely go in April.
Well, my understanding is the majority of the Mayan ruins they're just finding these megalithic cities now, that the Incas and the Mayans had super highways they're finding, like massive structure highways.
Oh, yeah.
That link
they used to travel by
hundreds
the
of cities.
Full moon.
Yeah.
To get to Chichen Itza.
Yeah, which is wild. I mean, like, it really does suggest that humanity has a much broader experience than what modern religion believe. By the way, so that's the whole thing with the digging down to 30,000 years, and it's like, oh, now you've contradicted our belief system.
Hey, if you ever decide you want to go to Yucatan and see some pyramids, I can get special access, and I can get a crew with the head director of the city, and we'll go on an actual regular tour, like tourist tour, because it's safer. But then when we go there, instead of taking the tour, once we get there, we get our own group of people that take us to places that haven't been published yet.
That'd be sick,
still
man.
Under study.
That'd be sick. I'm still talking to a couple people about going to see the new structures behind Skinwalker Ranch. Well, they're not new, but they're basically the other section that's just that's open, basically, that's now just kind of like no man's land out there, because there's some other structure that.
Which one are you in Discord?
Which one? Oh, Lookup.
Is your Discord called AronMSound?
No, it's Lookup.
Your Discord.
You and I are friends on Discord.
Oh,
though.
Lookup.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you some information. I'm gonna send you some pictures of some of the places at Chichen Itza that I accessed. It's the only pictures that exist of it is the ones I took. I wasn't supposed to take pictures, but the head director said, "All right, go ahead."
Nice.
I got to take them. And the thing is the altar outside the front of the door, it actually identifies who's in the tomb.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, and let me tell you what.
Like by the carving, or
well, when there's an altar outside the front of a door of a tomb, it's because that altar is to sacrifice the servants. So it indicates a royal was.
Damn.
The tomb was for a royal.
By the way, the royals of that time period.
That was exhumed in 2012.
Yeah.
When I was there. What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying, it's very interesting. The royals of the time period really were down to take their servants with them. The Japanese culture and the shoguns of like, I think it's the 11th, 12th, and 13th century, would generally take their entire staff with them. Like, so it didn't matter what age you were. You were like, oh, did you work for the you work for the emperor?
And you know what's weird? That was another global thing.
Yes, it is a global thing. Like, oh,
dude, that was another global thing. The Egyptians did it.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a number of practices.
And
like
what blew my mind when I first started studying this. Now, I don't know if you knew this, but I was a stonemason by trade for 25 years.
No, man, I have no clue about that.
So when I look at certain markings. When I look at certain markings on stone, as long as I can verify that the cutting was old, like thousands of years old.
Yeah.
When I see diamond impregnated blades that are moving in excess of 600 to 1500 revolutions per minute, and cutting diorites perfectly straight, it really makes you wonder how on earth did they did this. Official story: wet string dipped in sand.
Yeah, I would have to doubt a lot of that. I think they had technology that was human driven, that resembles a lot of our modern technology in that, I think they were cutting blades. I think that there were all kinds of things that we just don't see or find anymore because they were destroyed. They are the things that got thrown away. Time and time again.
I want to show you something.
Excuse me.
Have you heard of Uncharted X?
No.
Okay, this is going to blow your fucking mind. I'm going to put this in here. Save this, and when you get a chance, you've got to watch this. Because they use machinery on these vases, validated they're real, and you're not going to believe.
Oh, here, ancient precision confirmed.
We couldn't do this today. They're willing to pay people, I don't know if it's 10 grand or what, to replicate this. And it can only be replicated with a machine.
There's a lot of these things that they've been finding, much less some of the devices that have come out of the ground. It's
If you skip to 10 minutes and 51 seconds if you want to.
I just want to check it out real quick. Look at this though. Look at the
look at this.
The absolute perfection. When are these from?
Yeah.
Whoa, the variances. No variance. There was no variance on that.
This is Ben,
At all?
and I hope you're.
So by the way, just so the audience knows, what we were looking at there were measuring devices that basically look at the thickness of whatever it's applied to. And when you're talking about microns, which is what those were looking at, the amount of micron difference, not centimeters, but microns. And that is military specification level, where the lack of the pyramids with sound in a blanket. Actually, Wes, you're one of the very few people who I would actually take serious saying that. So just so.
Yeah, Wes, you're on point, buddy.
Right.
Wes is on point right there.
I
Wes
do
James,
think that
good comment there, buddy.
That there was a lot of knowledge gathered pre-flood that we could never know, that we would never be aware of, because the whole of the planet was messed up, washed away, thrown into the ocean, thrown under lava, thrown under sand.
When you get a chance, Aaron, save that link. Save
I'm subscribing.
Watch that whole thing.
Yeah, I'm subscribing. Oh, it's an hour long. There's a whole and clearly.
Yeah, no. When you get a chance, when you get some time to yourself, watch that.
The
when
primary
you pay attention to
phase
everywhere, it's
inspection
gonna
work
blow
at
your mind.
Sick. I love this stuff. I mean, because there's so many things that we're finding. I don't know if anybody's seen the
Chris
images.
Dunn right here.
Is it who's this?
This right here is Chris Dunn. He's the one that did the Giza power plant book. But he's letting Uncharted X use his tools. What they did was they were able to borrow these vases from private collections. They
Nice.
Came from
Welcome
the
back, Resto.
1800s. And it's just insane. These things are just like microns.
Yeah.
Inside and out.
That's
And they're
super
offering.
insane.
I forget how much they're offering for somebody modern to build one, but they're offering money for somebody to use all the modern equipment to build one of these.
Wow. Yeah, and I can't imagine that somebody would actually be able to replicate something very easily. That either way is just high level quality. If you look at what's being presented there, and I don't know about the materials.
If they faked it so they could sell these as fake artifacts in Egypt, why make them so perfect?
Yeah, and there was plenty of that. Absolute plenty of fakes.
There was plenty of it, and they're crude.
Pretty damn small. In terms of a modern example, let's consider an engine. Components of engines are generally precision made from metal on computer-guided lathes, mills, CNCs.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things about when you see the precision works of
or even
items and art. Okay, so Göbekli Tepe. One of the observations of Göbekli Tepe is the further back in its history you get, the better the art, the more intricate, and the bigger the displays. It is backwards. So it suggests that we lost some intellect over time when we got further away from the Ice Age.
All through the whole globe, too.
Yeah, it is. It is reductive in our capability, as if those who had the knowledge from before died out and the word of mouth didn't pass it around. What was your dream, by the way, Resto? You fell asleep with headphones in, and this was the con. Oh, damn! I'm sure that dream took you someplace.
Anyway, I gotta go, man.
Righteous,
time
man.
For dinner. Hey, thanks for coming on, Resto, and everybody in there that gave respect. In spite of some of the drama that's been going on, I thank you. And I'm sure our boy Aaron thinks that everybody here is, just showing respect for his channel.
I appreciate it.
You guys have a good day. Thank you for having me on. And when you look into this stuff, I'll send you some more. If you ever want to do it again, when you
anytime.
get to the point where you have some. All right, buddy.
Later on, man.
Have
Have a great evening. Enjoy dinner.
All right.
Yeah, come back anytime, Toxic. I love this kind of stuff.
Mom says hi too, and My mom says hi too, and she said, "Nice to see you again."
Nice to see you. And hi, Toxic Mom. Awesome.
Mom.
Bye. Have a good night.
Pop says bye too.
Righteous.
Pop, say bye. All right.
All right.
Okay,
Later,
guys.
Pops. Have a good night, Toxic. Awesome. Yeah, I know a lot of what he says sounds wild, but he's on to some things. I'd like to see his work. And I can tell you that the devices he's talking about, many of them exist, maybe not in the permutation yet that he's working on, because he's working on something that doesn't exist yet, but the actual functional devices that you would use to make that, they exist. So very cool. Cool on him. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I actually, one of my favorite topics came on Y-Files the other night, which is Mad Mike and his time machine. And Mike is still out there. Mike still has the time machine. Mike still occasionally drops stories, but he disappeared for a long time. As a matter of fact, I'm glad this right turn came in. I want to watch Mad Mike. Let's watch the Y-Files. Where is it? Kenny Veach? No, that's a Madman. Yep. Madman Mike. Come on, meow.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by ShipStation.
Yep. Okay, gets past the
Mike fired up the box and the lasers...
All right, well, we'll let him do the...
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by ShipStation. Mike fired up the box and the lasers came to life. The machine produced a small circular area of distortion. It was a vortex about 8 inches across that looked like ripples above a fire. This was unexpected. Mike didn't know what the vortex was or if it was dangerous, so he grabbed a sheet metal screw and tossed it through the field. It vanished. Mike just stared and blinked and waited. The screw was just gone.
So, what's important about this? Why am I sharing this at all? Because I've been meaning to share this other video with you guys, which is some new video released by a dude we could call a whistleblower who has high-level security clearance, and I actually reached out to him. He has not reached back still. This is 2 weeks now, so I'm just going to go ahead and let's see. I might even have to go in my history to find this. 370. So recently, there was an interview. Let me see if I can find this again. Oh my gosh, don't tell me. Anyways, the day MH370 disappeared in the sky, I was also in the air flying to Indonesia from Japan. It means I was in a very similar flight pattern at the same time. And it's always interested me because when we landed, myself and the artists I was with, the news was everywhere and everybody was talking about it in the airport in Jakarta, that an airplane had disappeared. And that's unusual altogether. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, this is a short Eckhart's Ladder. Let me see.
Hey guys, this is Justin. Hello, and welcome to another video. And we're returning to.
And I can explain to you what you're seeing. The interview that this is in is much longer, but the video we're about to look at, he's actually got two different images. You are looking at from satellite imagery. You are looking down at the airplane in the footage, and that's the one tough portion of the image that is weird to start with, is that you don't realize you're looking down unless somebody tells you, because what we're looking at are qualified, quantified government spy satellite images, And there's a FLIR 3-dimensional image that comes along with this as well. And I don't know how he's put this together. I'll try to find the original.
The Eckhart's Ladder Conspiracy Corner today, but rather than steel beams, we are continuing our UFO talk. For those who missed the last video, the, I guess I'll call it, UFO community has been recently reinvigorated by a series of very public events, including most notably the testimony of one David Grush, former U.S. intelligence officer, where he testified that he's been told about the existence of non-human life and various UFO retrieval programs. Now, I made my stance on all this pretty clear. I do believe aliens exist. I do not believe that aliens have ever visited Earth or that they are routinely being shot down. However, I'm not dismissive of the possibility. I just, at least personally, need to see some actual concrete first-hand evidence. I'm talking photos without an ambiguous source. Like, seeing an unknown entity in the sky is interesting, but for me to truly believe it's aliens, there either needs to be an up-close look at the spaceship or little green men. But did we recently get evidence of not only aliens, but aliens performing something extraordinary? Well, Reddit has rediscovered a video which originally appeared in 2014.
Okay, so Reddit, interesting. MH370 whistleblower interview. Let me see here. I may have to look up in my... Yeah, it's been buried. So where this actually comes from is an interview, not Reddit. The person that released it is the person that received it and explains how they received it. And it's been buried. Let me go back into my library. All right. I'm going to pull this up, folks, and we're going to look at the original. And we're going to look at the person who shared it with the original. So if you don't mind, give me a second. This is it's probably pretty far back here. But the truth of the matter is it footage of portal. And it keeps bringing up this one. Interesting. It's not the one I was looking for, but I'll keep sharing it while I look for it.
Which purports to show from multiple angles a trio of UFOs, and I'll just put this scientifically, sucking a big plane into a wormhole. There are two specific videos, one which appears to be from a drone, and a second which, again, purportedly is satellite footage. Somewhat remarkably, users on the UFO subreddit immediately connected this plane and this incident to Malaysian Airlines Flight 370.
Oh, the reason why this one pops up, and I would gather that is because he's doubting the footage, and he's doubting it out of context, when in fact this comes from somebody with security clearance, Clarence. Interesting. Isn't it amazing how that stuff happens? How, like, something comes out, it's quantifiable, the person who shares it is, accomplished, got a background. I'm sorry I'm not looking at you guys, but I'm looking to find the correct one of this, because I will find this. That interview is not that far back. There it is. Leak project.
Even conspiracy communities or anything like that.
Let's go back to the beginning, because this is amazing.
Smoking gun, UFO
Ashton
footage
Forbes.
captured
So I
by
want you to remember what this other
military
person just said about, the Reddit just dropped this. No. Ashton Forbes wrote a letter to Congress and disclosed the videos that were shared with him because he has high-level clearance. Clarence?
and this is going to be broken down by Ashton, which has a top security clearance. Share this with all your friends, share this on your social media, and keep being the change the world needs to see.
The leaker didn't just probably only wanted to leak this video. Weeks later, they end up leaking the second video. So we can see this smoke trail coming clearly from the back of the plane. These are cumulus clouds that we're seeing here. These cumulus clouds only form at low altitudes. These are not contrails, conclusively. So we have 3 sources of corroboration for these videos. I would argue that we have more evidence these videos are real than any court case in human history. Now, you can see this first orb is coming in at around Mach 3 speeds. It's moving 10 times faster than the plane. It's ignoring gravity. It appears to be showing superconductive properties. It starts to rotate around the plane, but not right away. And then it gets around the plane. The second orb, as you just maybe just missed out, I'll go show it again. This second orb is going to shoot up through the water here, across the water, and then come up through this cloud that we see down here. So you watch very closely, you can see it right there, and it shoots up through the cloud, and then it's now going around it. Now the third orb gets into place, and then they get into a lock formation, and then they switch orientations, and they start rotating around a different way. Now they're encircling the entire plane here at this point, and they're encircling in a sphere, like they're tracking it, they're measuring it, or something like that, and then they change orientations to be vertically aligned. And you'll see that happen once it gets to this cloud right here. So they encircle it, they're following the center of mass, and now they're going around it from a vertical perspective. You
So
see that?
why is it that we
It's like they're
see 2
preparing
different
it.
images side by side? Is because one of them is the original image he was sent, and the other one is the image that he pulled directly off of the satellite. So you notice that the other video was missing the second quantifying image, meaning that he has the actual timestamps from the satellite that he pulled with his clearances and matched it to the footage he was sent to clarify and quantify and prove that this is actual footage from the satellite, from the government intelligence satellite. Just to be clear what we're looking at.
What's about to happen right here.
But guess what?
And then zap. And so what we think is happening here. Yeah, we think that they're somehow able to induce some type of very energetic event, potentially through the use of superconductivity. The leaker moves the video over to the right. We can see that the smoke stops dead in its tracks right here. It doesn't continue forward, indicating this is not cloaking of any sort. It's not annihilation, because this zap that we see, due to the amount of mass in this plane, the mass has to go somewhere. The mass and energy does. So if this plane was being annihilated, like a nuclear bomb going off, this would be a much, much bigger energetic event than this event we see here. You can see the lines in front of them.
You
right
can
here,
even
and
see
where they're tracking as well on this.
Okay, so some of the things that the reason I'm about to pause this here is because this immediately spoke volumes to me of what we were looking at, and to confirm that this is nothing less than an actual portal. This is the image that you can match in style and format to the amber portals that open on Skinwalker Ranch. This is exactly what they look like when they come on the FLIR there. Which is astonishing, because that means that there's a tie. There's a direct correlation between the portals at Skinwalker and whatever happened to MH370. Now, the shocking information and the truth of the matter is more shocking and revealing. And that's why I want to share this interview with you.
And I have another version that makes it even more apparent with that. And here's the super slow-mo where you can see, actually it looks like gravitational lensing, where these orbs are being bent. The light from them is being bent as they approach in on the plane at the last second right here, where you can see. And even at the last second, we have a version of this that we created that is decolorized. You can see these trails are coming from in front of the orbs.
So what you're seeing has always been a hypothetical. And it's something that has been bandied about as the concept of how one would travel through interstellar space using a field of energy around oneself, like a vacuum, to create a dispersion of matter, aka the Alcubierre drives propulsion and protection by removing matter from in front of you, essentially taking you out of the state of matter. And one of the theories is that you would need a precursor wave that would emanate, that you'd have to ride on to follow, to travel through interstellar or interdimensional space. And what we see in this footage is nothing less than what could be considered proof of the carrier wave of these objects.
Here, and they're following the path of these trails. This is probably my favorite version of the footage that's out there. That, again, we've created this version of it to better see this information on there.
First of all, I got to say, it is an honor to speak with you. Thank you for getting back with me as quick as you did. I receive a text from my friend Nick, and he goes, "Have you seen this? Is this real?" And I looked at it, and I had to go outside and cool off for a minute because it was that freaking hot, man. I was like, wow.
Like, wow, bro. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so what makes this real is the fact that Ashton Forbes here wrote a letter to Congress requesting a public hearing. So we're not talking about some freakazoid out there in Red Alert Land, or, you know, who's down for some conspiracy theory stuff. No, we're talking about an actual dude who's whistleblowing, who doesn't want the public to miss the fact that the governments of the world apparently have known about this for quite some time. Did the plane go to somewhere else, or did it travel through time? Well, that is a question that still remains to be seen, and he explains what he believes, but once again, he is an observer who found this imagery, so he doesn't know either. He can only conclude from what he is aware of.
My name is Ashton Forbes, and I am currently disclosing the most important video in the history of the world. All of this information is publicly available. I would like to state that I have a top security U.S. government clearance as part of my job as a contractor. My job has nothing to do with this advanced technology. I am only stating this to establish my credibility. I am not bound by an NDA. This is not a hoax, disinformation, or misinformation. You don't need to believe me because everything is verifiable. I am requesting a public hearing. I am willing to testify in front of Congress as to the...
That's how you know this is juicy. You don't need to believe me because it's all verifiable. Bermuda Triangle comes to mind. Now, isn't that interesting? Yes. Now, in that case, what if these things already existed in our natural environment, you know, just in happenstance, in nature, where you wouldn't even know if you passed through them because they are part of some natural ecosystem in the universe, you know what I mean? Where just like solar flares and such, and microwaves, we don't see these things. So maybe we're just walking amongst these portals and such, and we're walking through dimensions or slight variations of dimensions. Like there's an interesting thing that happens at Blind Frog Ranch, where in a certain area of the ranch, most of the laws of physics are totally denied when it comes to how things transform as you know, from a solid to a liquid and such, and what they actually become. What were Ernest Hemingway and friends really looking for on the coastline of the Bimini? What were they looking for? And, you know, I mean, he really did dabble, although he wasn't outward and direct. He didn't write directly about it. He was seeking something. Not as honest as Alistair or Falconelli. But, you know. He did have a vibe, didn't he? Let me see. Tomfoolery and MH370 missed portal. Let me see. Let's see if it'll let me write it. Well, and toxic angel. Oh, too many words. Plus toxic. Anhal. Nope. Toxic angel plus. No. Snipe. There we go. It likes that. It doesn't mind that. Save. Hey. All right. Sorry, where were we? Hello, sir.
Authenticity of these videos and explain every aspect of them. I would also invite physics experts to validate the science on display. The videos in question are that of the true fate of the Asian Airlines Flight 370 on March 7, 2014 at 1840 UTC at the Nickel Bar.
My apologies, folks. Give me 1 second. Edgar Casey. Great reminder. I always forget about Edgar Casey, by the way.
Space-based infrared system via SIGINT signals intelligent.
Although I haven't studied his work
using data
as well.
from spy satellite USA 229,
So that's why I
which
tend not to
has
think
a
about him,
sister
but I
satellite
should.
next to it, classified as debris.
You know, John
This
D.
allows for the
I've been
proven
getting into John
3D
D. back,
stereoscopic
you know,
imagery
on and off for
we
some time,
see
but
in the satellite video.
some of the more
oldest
modern
archived versions of the
alchemists
videos
are more
we can
interesting to
find
me.
come from
They summed up the work.
what is that? Regicide
Anon. Yeah.
Okay. And that is a UFO video uploader who uploaded unrelated videos previously indicating they are not the source. Higher quality versions were released by the UFO uploaders on YouTube later on, indicating neither is the original source. The dates are damning. So, wow. Okay, I'm going to stop right there, and I want to talk to you. So, can you tell us anything about what you do, or is that top secret too?
No, I mean, I can't talk about exactly my job because I don't have a media release. So that's the reason why I can't go into details. So the most I can say is that I'm a contractor, and that's kind of how I have a clear.
And that is how you know that's real. I can't really tell you what I do, but I'm a contractor. I work. Am I vibrating? Am I jiggling? 007D was pretty fascinating. Hello, Rudolph Steiner. Yeah, Blavatsky, Madame Blavatsky, I've looked at her a bit. There's just so much surrounding her that's hard to get down to the root when it comes to the truth, you know? So much history or like false history and written about her that's overblown, that's not really true. It's more lore than it is reality. I'm going to find I haven't seen Ruby in a while. It's questionable when you have a kitten and you haven't seen the kitten in like an hour, you know. She's locked in a closet somewhere. Maybe she's just asleep somewhere. She's somewhere around here, I'm sure. Yeah, I guarantee I probably closed her in a bathroom or something. Anyhow. Poor little kitty. Sorry for the standby, folks. As a matter of fact, I do need to search her out, so I'm going to have you hang out with a video real quickly. One of mine. Just to remind you that UFOs are a thing. Oh, yeah, that's the short. Sorry. Here's the real one. There it is. There it is. There's the real one. Oh, there she is. Yeah, she was just asleep somewhere. Okay, now I feel better. Excuse me. My cat is not lost any longer. Yeah. Find Ruby. She absolutely was. And now, of course, waking her up has made her decide that she needs to climb something. So the green screen is immediately next to her. There we go. Oh, yes, I have lots of sleepy-looking producers around here.
Did you see it?
Okay, so we've seen this one, right?
So I'm going to put my cursor over it. And
So
then I'll
I want you to remember how this one flies.
Go in a bit more.
It has some
But I don't
similarity
have
to
the
this
technology.
other stuff
I
that
don't
we're
have,
looking at
you know,
here. Yep, Ruby's awake.
Really zoom in.
She literally
to
goes
this
for the
thing.
same button every
Watch
time.
again, because there's movement here,
Yeah.
and there's movement. There's movement
here. Anyway. Thank you, Queen
I have a
Cascade, for
clearance,
sharing
which
that.
I can,
It's
you know,
amazing.
disclose the fact that I have the clearance. You know, the clearance is only
Clarence.
to show my credibility that this is not, you know, some situation where you've got like somebody who's really out there who's trying to present this information forward, right?
True.
I realized from I've never been part of the UFO community or even conspiracy communities or anything like that. I never saw any videos that had driven me to want to do anything like this before I saw the MH370 videos. But I have looked and seen what the media has done to people that try to disclose information like this.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
so
we
that's
saw
why I
it.
felt
By
it
the
would be a
way,
good
we saw it in
case.
that other video right there, where immediately, Ruby, the viewing audience would like to make sure that your well-being is had. There she is. There she is. She's trying to get to her brother, who's actually quite well asleep behind me. Oop. And she's got him. He's been so very patient with her. True, she uses the button I push the most. It's hilarious that she literally goes for the same spot. I've moved it around to get her. I know she goes to the same spot, like as she passes by, like, oh, pardon me. Oh. Excuse, sorry. Oh, that last one was total accident. Anyhow.
It to be the kind of spokesperson for this, despite the fact that this is really a community-led investigation. I mean, everything I mentioned is true. This is all publicly available information. A lot of, especially the early investigation, came from social media, from people that were investigating themselves. A lot of it actually came from debunkers who actually proved many of the aspects of the videos to be authentic themselves, which is why they gave up debunking, because it got to a point where they were just doing more damage to what they were trying to accomplish than helping.
Oh, he's talking about
helping
these
us,
videos,
the
yeah.
people that were actually trying to solve the case.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could see where people were using pieces of the video not knowing what they were, not knowing what angle they were shot from.
Look at the footage, and is that what did you just see the footage and it just blew you away and you said, look, I got to disclose this kind of thing, or was it something else?
Not right away. So we've proven that the archives showed this footage dates back to just weeks, potentially even days after the event. And I remember seeing the thermal back in 2014 when I was just kind of, like everybody else, wondering what happened to this plane.
So in other words, this video has been available for a long time, at least within the intelligence community.
Is that we needed to have several things to even be able to begin to understand these videos to be real, which was the 2007 DoD Navy leaks to understand what drone footage even looks like. We needed to have the Trump satellite picture that kind of told us what a low Earth orbit satellite imagery could look like and how advanced it could really be. We needed to have these wormhole papers that I found in 2020 that show that humanly traversable wormholes are within the bounds of theoretical physics. That I had no idea that was a thing. And so many parts of this investigation have just really opened my eyes up to that this is really just fully authentic. Superconductivity, LK99, which I believe is actually being suppressed as well in the West. I mean, I've shown multiple videos that show flux pinning, like, conclusively. Just rocks, rocks at room temperature floating, freely floating, which
I mean, and I believe
pretty
this
incredible. And if you look into the implications
in the sense
of
that, like,
superconductivity,
I've been studying about superconductivity, and I used to have kits with it when I was a kid in the 80s. So if it was available to us in the public. And I was learning about it through the National Engineering, group or whatever. Who I can't remember what they were called, NES or something, National Engineering Society, who would hold meetings and stuff like that. And I used to love to go to them. Yeah, my dad and I used to do that. There's really always learning something from them. But anytime there was anything on superconductivity, I was always down to go, because the science of it is that it's the lowering of the field of resistance that allows for the transfer of energy in a heightened state. Less resistance, more flow. I just love the concept. It was so clear. Is it possible that they're alive somewhere? I believe so. I would hope so. Based off that footage, it seems like they got taken away. Saved? Very likely. Kept here? Don't know. But that's what it looks like. It looks like they were saved. Because, like he says, the amount of energy that it would have taken to actually make that plane disappear, I mean, why would you waste it to destroy it? And there's nothing left. There's it just, you know, why would you evaporate it? Why don't you just shoot it out of the air? This seems like just a waste of technology for that.
Future kind of
Well,
stuff.
that's
Here.
assumptive.
We're talking about hoverboards, flying cars. We're talking about power transfer over long distances without degradation. We're talking about changing potentially new sources of energy from superconductivity that will make fossil fuels obsolete. And then with respect to AI, when we look at these orbs, I first thought we had to be looking at non-human intelligence. It's so similar to what people say in ufology, all these spheres that people see. One of the first things we realized, though, is that I don't think we're looking at like metal spheres. We're looking at something that's creating a field, a circular field around it. And when we see this pattern, it's far too exact. It has purpose, very clear purpose. It's encircling this plane. The plane's the center of mass. In my mind, it's clearly preparing for this event that we see in the zap. The only thing that can be doing that in my mind is an advanced AI. That's so much data that's being collected right there in such a short period of time. So it's not people or little aliens flying around in these orbs. This is some type of thing that's being automated. And the AI back in 2014, I would have thought is just something that won't happen until like 20,
Oh man,
2100
Resto,
or
a good solid nap will change your life. I'm telling you, I've had it. Oh well, this video is from about a week ago, but the actual film that he's sharing from the satellite imagery is from 2014. When MH370 disappeared. Oh, are you taking your naps here? Sick. I appreciate that, Resto. Influencing the minds. So this guy's really interesting because he's exactly the nerd that you find in, you know, crazy information positions. He's some kind of analyst or coder or, you know, some guy at a terminal who has access to this stuff, who's probably looking at information, analyzing it, and his clearance allows him to look at it. Or he could be a designer of some nature. There's all engineers, all kinds of people that have access to these things because of their, you know, what they have to build. A lot of times it's compartmental, unless he's a manager. But we would never really know. A lot of times they don't even know. They know where they work, how they work, and who they work with, but they don't know actually. They may know they're the boss, but they don't know of what. You know, it's very compartmentalized, very weird stuff. But it keeps it so nobody knows the picture, you know. So when someone like this finds this, you shouldn't be surprised that they're like, holy shit. I mean, I have access to this. Is there more of this? Yeah, a lot of people in those positions do find themselves in ethical or moral issues because they do come across this other information. And that's where we tend to see whistleblowers.
Something like that, right? But now we're in 2023. People are using ChatGPT every day to solve complex problems. So with all this information,
the other thing I wanted to mention,
collective
I'm glad he mentions that the AI seems to be driving this, because I've always wondered what caused these craft to have the capability to fly in right angles and stop on a dime and then go to like near light speed or 10 times sonic the speed of sound within a millisecond without crushing a human. Because there's no human there, but a human may be driving it with their mind. This is where the gateway process comes in, I believe. I think this is where MK Ultra's research develops the ability to interact and or transcendentally transmit yourself as a drone, and then AI assists in the actual driving, so that the specifics of the physics and or the connection is there. I would gather that this is been around for a while, because when I saw it myself personally, when I saw the Aurora craft, it did maneuvers with two others. There were three, many to start with, but there was three in the end, and then one took off, one hovered and disappeared and went towards what looked like the military base, and the other came down and hovered across the basin that several of us were in, because there were several cars out there in the middle of the night. And my friend Eric Weinhold and I saw the ship fly right over us, and I recognized the intelligent lighting underneath the dome, I guess, or not the dome, but the ridge of the dome of the craft. We call it UAP now. And that was the weird thing. It was like, oh my God, that is definitely human. Holy shit, how did it do that? And then, you know, I'd always known about things like liquid oxygen and such, where they would test mice in liquid oxygen, but once you put a mouse into liquid oxygen, you can't take them out. You know, it's like embryonic fluid. That would protect you against the G-forces, but even then, the kind of maneuvers they were doing, the speeds, there's no possible way humans could survive that. How would that work? Well, now we know.
Rising to the point where we can now understand these videos to be authentic. And just like you, I had my own ontological shock looking at it, wondering, what does this all mean for humanity? What does this mean for our future? What does this mean for the universe and reality that we live in? Which I've personally come to realize that I think the holographic principle is probably true, that, you know, what we live in is a construct, a simulation of sorts, however you want to think of it. It doesn't take away from our lives and our experiences, but it does mean that potentially we have a creator, that something out there, you know, set all of this in motion. And it might mean a lot more than that as well, which is why personally, like, the more I dig into science, the more spiritual I become. Because when you look at the double slit experiment, you realize there's more to this reality than we've been led to believe on the surface.
Reality being the interference pattern.
Absolutely. You're making some great points. A book that just blew my mind years ago is The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, I think. Just wow. Picked it up, read through it, and then I set it down. It was that amazing. One of the things I read yesterday was an article about quantum computers working with artificial intelligence now. So like they're merging the two. It's called quantum artificial intelligence or something. And I thought to myself, oh, buddy, that is going to be intense. Talk about creating a system of superiority like that. That'll change things right in front of our very eyes. And as you brought up,
by the way, if I haven't mentioned it, this is from the Leak Project. At the Leak Project here on YouTube. It's called UFO Swarm Airplane MH370. And suck it into wormhole. How you like them apples?
Chat. People are falling in love with bots. Bots are falling in love with people. Keep pushing that dial, Bob. Keep asking me questions. What would you like me to search for you now, Bob? Bob, are you married? Like, that's what literally, you know, these bots are saying back to people. It's like, whoa. So I can see this right in front of us. But when we look at this footage, you brought up a great point.
Yes.
We're going to show this footage.
So one of the very interesting things about the manifest list of this airplane is all of the superconductor scientists. Some of the greatest minds in superconductors were on that plane. And in one night, an entire industry was brought back a decade because those people disappeared. And they were coming in a very odd fashion. Something you normally wouldn't do is to put all of these high-level minds on one plane, which has always made a serious mystery out of MH370. It applies to something else in this story as we talk about the capabilities of the craft, and why maybe a future us or another being may have wanted them, may have needed them.
In just a second, these orbs that are flying around the plane and they're doing like circles around it, they look metallic. I have personally seen a metallic orb here in Pagosa Springs a few years ago. My wife and I saw it, the 11th position during the daytime, about 50 to 75 feet off the ground. And then, you know, then I go to get my phone and boom, it's gone. And I've actually seen photos of that same type of sphere online. I've talked to many researchers.
And I got to say that sphere is not too dissimilar than
Did you see it? Okay, so I'm gonna put my cursor over it and then I'll exit the screen and see if I can go in a bit more. But I don't have the technology, I don't have, you know, Aaron, I don't have the kind of setup that you have to be able to really, really zoom in.
This.
Look at this thing go.
Look like an orb in the sky? You tell me.
I have a clearance, which I can, you know, disclose the fact that I have the clearance. You know, the clearance is only to show my credibility, that this is not you know, some situation where you've got like somebody who's really out there who's trying to present this information forward, right?
The silver ones, lizardry, look similar to the ones you saw?
I've never been part of the UFO community or even conspiracy communities or anything like that. Never.
So you're going to be
saw
surprised
any
to
videos
hear
that have
what
driven
they
me to want to do anything like this.
what he
before I
says
saw
they
the
are.
MH370 videos. But I have looked and seen what the media has done to people that try to disclose information like this.
What would you like me to search for you now, Bob? Bob, are you married?
Is that what we're looking at here is our reverse engineer technology. I think that as I dug into the case, the motives around what we're seeing here,
available to the public.
And that's my personal opinion, is that what we're looking at here is our reverse engineer technology. I think that as I dug into the case, the motives around what we're seeing here, everything lines up to the fact that this is...
So, this is a thing about that. You saw tons of them in a strange large ring around the moon. When did you see that? That's interesting. You wouldn't be the first person I heard say something of that nature about seeing them. When I saw them, they were doing what was clearly some kind of maneuver practice. It looked like maneuvers in practice. If anything, it looked like dogfighting. But
how ours
intense
human
craziness.
motives and intentions at play with deploying of this technology, which is all
same with what I
really
saw.
happened
That
to plane,
movement
which seems to be
was
a
exactly what I
lithium-ion
saw.
battery fire, which are very dangerous events.
Side
that
to
burned
side,
up a lot of planes before
angles,
this, so much so that in 2015,
like on a rubber band.
the FAA changed the rules so that
Around
passenger planes no longer can have
1980.
lithium-ion batteries in the cargo.
Oh my gosh. So the space shuttle hadn't even gone up. West Texas. That must have blown your minds. Wow. And at that time, they would have been able to hide it. Because it's really hard to film. Wow.
Bay. That's how dangerous these events are. If you go Google them, you'll find a ton of videos of these explosive events where they can't put these fires out because fire extinguishing devices are not satisfactory. There's one where I just posted today, and you can see part of it where there was some of these batteries that were in some kind of trash heap, and they're sitting there blowing at it with extinguishers, and it just keeps coming back up.
So what he's saying, by the way, he's talking about lithium-ion batteries. And what has occurred, he believes, is that lithium-ion batteries have blown up in the bay. And he explains the details of why he's formed this belief based off the patterns of the airplane and also the smoke coming out of the airplane. That a fire has occurred and they are trying to land and are intercepted.
Over and over and over again. And that's what I think we were dealing with this plane, where these cargo bays are built to withstand this type of events, and they're deploying all of the fire extinguishing devices they can to try to put it out. But it's not satisfactory. This plane basically needs to land.
Oh, wow, Lizardry. So you weren't like alone. You were with a bunch of people.
Land. And so their next bet was try to land in the ocean. Landing in the ocean is not the same as Hudson River. You know, this plane is going to break apart when they try to land. It's the middle of the night, pitch black, dark. Most of the passengers don't know how to swim. Because
I wouldn't wish that on anybody, by the way.
Chinese people don't learn how to swim usually like we do in the West.
And by the way, at that same moment in time, just so you all know, what hits home for me about this story is that same moment in time, myself and an entire band and crew were in the air, in the same airspace, not far away, likely in a similar group, crossing the ocean to Indonesia. Essentially, miles away from them as the crow flies. In the middle of the night. But as his story goes, they caught on fire. I wouldn't wish that.
And if you want to build a motive, you know,
anybody.
These 20 free-scale semiconductor scientists, this isn't about patents. This isn't about money. I looked into the patent situation. That's not how it works. They're not individually owned. They're owned by the company that those people worked for. But the free-scale semiconductor scientists, why are there 20 of the most important people in this company all on the same plane? Most companies have rules against that.
I've always
for exactly
asked
these
that
types of
question
emergency
myself.
events. In addition to that, I found a 2005 NSA report that was looking into the commercial use of superconductivity, which a semiconductor, the difference between a semiconductor and a superconductor is just perfect conductivity. And so the government was already looking into this. And this report lists free-scale semiconductors 9 times in it.
Wow.
They're like the main event in this report, which tells me, and the end of it says that the only way that the superconductivity will come about by 2011 or 2012 is if the government invests money in it. To me, this is a direct link between what we see here and the technology and the government deploying this and the scientists, the engineers that were on board.
Interesting.
Now, whether or not you say it's a motive to
I mean,
prevent
that's
them from going to China,
it's a bit of a
or
leap
steal them,
there,
or just save
but
their
I understand
lives,
from his
to me,
position
it's
why he
somewhat
would connect
irrelevant. It proves that the motive is that there's a connection there.
Okay, weren't there some big names also that would be recognizable names?
One of your sisters
who were
as
on that
well.
plane?
That's amazing. That's
not necessarily big
wild.
names that you would know, but I think that these Freescale Semiconductors were a big one. I mean, there was an IBM executive, the American passenger Philip Wood, who was on board this plane, and there is some evidence that appeared afterwards that maybe indicates that these people survived this event. Now, it's kind of hard for me to believe because the lithium-ion battery fires are toxic; they're very dangerous. Everything around this emergency event is. It doesn't have a ton of
so
hope
one
for
of the things that
passengers.
gives him legitimacy in my mind is the fact that he has very high doubt that these people survived this event based off of the toxicity of the fire that may have been, occurred in the bay that he sees in the video footage. And once again, he quantifies the video footage by pulling up, utilizing his security clearance, the satellite footage that is purported to be used. Now, he says that he's able to access the satellite, the spy satellite, and get the image. And he's able to match it side by side, guaranteeing that this is real. Which is pretty astonishing when you think about it.
But if this technology has been proven, and this isn't a test, and maybe they'd already proven how this technology works, then it's theoretically possible that they teleported this plane somewhere else and these passengers were still alive. I think the strongest evidence is that they didn't find a debris field anywhere. So the same reason why this plane didn't crash into the ocean, no debris field, is potentially the same reason why this plane didn't crash somewhere else. Because no matter where it crashes, you're going to find a visible debris field from space. Even that Russian Wagner guy's tiny private jet, we had satellite pictures the next day of this debris field out there.
Very
this
true.
idea that we somehow the ocean's too big to find a debris field big enough from space for days is absurd. Even before I looked at these videos, I knew the government 100% had more idea of what happened to this plane than what they were letting on. And after I dug into it, found out that there was at least 3 systems that would have heard the acoustic sound hit the water, and none of them did, including the SOSUS system, the one that heard the Titan sub pop. And the Navy just lied about it for 5 days while everyone thought, how much oxygen do these people have left? That system would have heard it. Western Australia has a hydrophone system. Diego Garcia has an advanced hydrophone system. None of them heard the plane. 2 radar systems didn't see the plane either in the South Indian Ocean. The whole narrative around the South Indian Ocean is just built on a lie. Even looking at the Inmarsat pings, which I actually looked at personally, you scroll through it, and through the whole flight path, there's just tons and tons of data. Hundreds of rows, dozens of pages. You get to 1840 UTC, where our videos are happening, there's a very clear anomaly in the data. All of a sudden, just zeros going down the road. Anyone who's an expert that looked at this and didn't realize this is being deceptive. There's 100% certain of that.
See, that assertion right there is
after
pretty,
the time
pretty
of 1840
astonishing.
UTC,
He's
there's just
basically
10
saying
total
that everybody that was involved with looking at the precise data was BSing, was hiding the fact that there are strange or anomalous readings. But mostly inwards, yeah. And that's the thing about the portals, Lizard Tree, that shocked me when I saw this footage, that just lent credence to the entire thing. That portal is exactly what it looks like when things come out of nowhere at Skinwalker Ranch, or when the house at the low point of the ranch experiences anomalies, which it in itself may be a crossover point of holographic parallels. And I say that because that is the place where they have recorded on FLIR time and time again particle-like or small orbs flying in and out of massive cold spot portals just like this, where the center is cold and the outside ring is warm, and there's a change in pressure, and it looks exactly like what you see, and it's just as fast. These are, very important details that coincidence don't explain. We're looking at physics. We're looking at the FLIR. We're not looking at made-up concepts. When you see a similarity like that, that is Well, that's the same physics. So that means there's a similarity between the two. Is it the same functionality? Is it the same layer? Is it the same dimension? Maybe not. But a similar experience or a similar happening is occurring. Meaning, yeah, things are opening up, portals opening up.
Hours of information versus the last 2 hours before that, or 1 hour and a half. It's hundreds of rows of data and dozens of pages.
Once again, this gentleman has
very apparent that
high-level security clearance
for you to see, even in the official.
Which is
data.
how he got a hold of the video to compare from the actual spy
This
satellite.
is X-Files level with data. So this is the kind of stuff that
That's how he got
fascinates
access
me.
to the data as well.
You know, as I was bringing up earlier, a lot of times when people make claims, their claims are what they saw, but they don't have much physical evidence. And I've debunked a ton of people that have made claims in the past, just through the years, right? So this is something that I really appreciate. And first of all, thank you for taking the time and the effort and putting your reputation on the line to talk about this, man. This is fascinating.
And the reason why I'm not really that afraid is that the truth is an affirmative defense. So what's happening too, and you can see it, is that no one is willing to comment.
I love that.
Even if
the truth is an affirmative defense. Ayo, hold on. The truth. Hey, facts ain't defamation. Thanks, BJ.
anyone says anything, you know, the evidence is going to stack up against them, and they need plausible deniability, right? They need to be able to come out later on and say that, oh, I
love his shot. He's so goofy too. It's hilarious.
On the record, then we'll be able to disprove those statements because of the weight of the evidence. If anyone tries to come at me from a legal perspective, again, the truth is an affirmative defense. I'm happy to put the evidence out there. I can convince any judge.
And just as a reminder, if you missed it, Mr. Forbes is no joke. He wrote a letter to Congress. He has security clearance. He's a whistleblower. This footage comes from him, not Redditors.
That's not even a concern for me. I'm trying to find the biggest audience as possible because I know that the weight of the evidence is so strong that we can even convince the most hardened skeptics that it's real. And that's the part of the reason why, instead of attacking the evidence, the detractors are trying to come after me personally, because they know there's no chance they can refute the evidence.
You know, it's interesting, Ashton. This is, we were talking about the possibility of the universe and, you know, what the construct could be.
Mm-hmm.
And the science.
Let me get back to the footage.
Leaning towards
when he starts comparing, hold on,
consciousness. Like all of.
And then I'll pull it up. Oh, you think you just did. Let me pull it up right here.
Thank
you.
you.
I've got it
hello
ready
there,
to go.
Ruby.
So let me just confirm you can see. I think you can. Okay, so I'll maximize this for us. This is the 3D stereoscopic footage. So this is the first one that came out from Regicide Anon. And if I just minimize this real quick and you look down here, you can see the dates. Uploaded May 19th, 2014. Received date, March 12th, 2014.
So, in other words, this footage has been available online since 2014. What we're looking at is spy satellite footage. So when you're looking down on the airplane, you know you've got a different vantage point of the situation, which is why, by the way, you're seeing the airplane in the positioning it is. They would hide it for a multitude of reasons. There are many on the planet that wouldn't be able to get the otherism, the xenophobia under control fast enough. There are others who would cut deals, and there are powerful people who utilize information for themselves. That's about it. Selfishness and greed. Also, there may be some caveats to, well, who they are. They may be us in a future that isn't this parallel. Or maybe they're us of the future, but there's a prime directive where they can't directly intercede with a larger group of us. Or there could be many, many, many reasons. I think that the easiest reason to kind of surmise is likely it would upset too many people that we're not quite there yet as a planet, that we're not quite there to accept what could be our near future. Because here's my thought. Based off of what we know of particle physics and the ability to actually move through physical or multiple dimensions through as your physical self, it's all teleportation via the psyche or the concept of the being, the actual particle self or the waveform, the non-interference pattern self. It could straighten us up. Yes, it could. And Reagan put it well a long time ago that, you know, that it would be likely that we would all, I'm paraphrasing, get our shit together basically real quickly if little green men showed up. Well, maybe they've always been here, waiting for us to hit some marker, or learning from us, or getting something that they lost because, you know, cataclysms happen. And maybe humankind, well, transferred and transformed into something else and lost its own background to the point where it needed to reach out to us once again. Or maybe none of that is true. And maybe we're being used like a zoo, but that zoo is a battery and it feeds just a few. Could be all kinds of things. Anyway, sorry. I prefer to think that we are all in a transcendental plane of personal existence across many, many values and possibilities and plausibilities, existing all at once, simultaneously, all these ways. And if we choose to, and we hone in on ourselves and understand our meta and the omni simultaneously, that's the internal and the external, we have the capability, it would seem, to choose the path, make a better choice, go back and change things, or not, go elsewhere, be something else, or be ourselves in any other format we choose to be. Which I think that's plausible and possible in this reality anyways, but I'm talking about more in a transcendental state, a more metaphysical state, a state of holographic purposing and unlimited possibility, because the interference wave only becomes that pattern when it is recognized by a group. Exactly. I think when you use perspective to see the Whoville-itis of it all, to see how fractaline it becomes. Speaking of which, great example, real quickly. Oh. Oh, I turned it down, that's why. I'm like, what the hell happened? Fractal. The smaller you get, the more it becomes the same. The more you zoom out, the more it's the same. That's the Mandelbrot. The further in you go, what's going on? I think the color blast is getting in. No? Excuse me. Deactivate you. Okay, now come back. No? Alright, I guess cable. I have to Place it. And then the reason why I'm sharing these is because they're great examples of how the math works. The further in you get, the more replicated it becomes. In any case.
This is 4 days after the event. We can glean a lot of information about who leaked this potentially and how quickly they leaked this from this. Source, protected. So this person has other videos. Their other sources don't say protected on them. It probably took them weeks to be convinced that what they were even looking at is real because they didn't have a basis in 2014.
But we still don't know whose footage this is.
So we know it's the government's for sure. We've identified the spy satellite that was in the right location as the USA 229 at the exact right time, which has a sister satellite next to it that could take this side by side that we see here.
That's weird.
Because this is actually 2 different angles aiming down. This isn't a duplicated video left and right here. And we've proven that as well. So potentially the leaker knew, also because these coordinates in the bottom left indicate the Nicobar Islands. They knew that they were delivering absolute proof to us, but that they probably didn't realize the media wouldn't pick up on it and potentially might be controlled, or that we just would not have the collective conscience to realize this video is real. When people first looked at it, they thought they were looking up in this video. They didn't even realize we were looking down from outer space. The background here is 6 frames per second. That's why you see this stutter effect. So this is really just images that are being overlaid on top of each other to create a video, which is what video is. This mouse you see coming in the screen here,
I'd love to see this stereoscopically in 3D.
The bunkers actually proved the videos to be real for us. They thought that this would somehow indicate the videos are fake, but this means it's actually a Citrix session that the person logged into the real spy satellite database. And then what we're seeing here is a very cropped version of a very wide field of view. These satellites, if you look at the Sibers videos, they are scanning the Earth all the time to create essentially what is like a Google Earth video playback. And that's what we're seeing right here. So when we knew that this was a Citrix session logged in, this automatically debunks or rebunks any prosaic debunk attempts where people try to say something doesn't look right, because we've already just proven the authenticity of these videos.
So he's saying it's on fire.
Just probably only wanted to
and
leak
there
this
is
video.
smoke
Weeks
coming
later,
or
they
something
ended up
coming
leaking
to the
second
backside.
video.
And he
so we can see the
substantiates
smoke trail coming clearly from the
why
back
that's
of the plane.
smoke and not a
These are
contrail.
cumulus clouds that we're seeing here. These cumulus clouds only form at low altitudes. These are not contrails conclusively. So this is smoke coming from the back of the plane, consistent with the lithium-ion battery fire scenario that we have indicated. There's a witness somewhere nearby here who had seen this plane just minutes before, glowing orange, consistent with the bromine from the halon gas permeating.
And by the way, we had heard that story first thing in the morning when we landed. We heard that the plane, that fisherman had seen the plane on fire, but they had not found any wreckage, which is one of the great mysteries of the first thing in the morning. The stories that, and we all noted that the things we were reading in the paper from around the world in the airport and hearing the stories from the other people, and the fact that we were, well, that we were in the same flight pattern essentially, just like an hour or two behind it. Meant that we heard, like, kind of not firsthand, but the closest people around in the airport, one of the airports, well, that it had to have passed by in Jakarta. So, like I said, I've always been fascinated by this. We were in the air at the same time that night.
Dark smoke coming from the back of the plane. She also saw the plane descending, which we've proven that that's what's happening here. This plane is descending and making a circle turn. It's attempting a landing. We even found an intercepted communication, only reported in Chinese news, that claims to be from MH370, saying that it was disintegrating and attempting an emergency landing. So we have 3 sources of corroboration for these videos. I would argue that we have more evidence these videos are real than any court case in human history. Now, you can see this first orb is coming in at around Mach 3 speed. It's moving 10 times faster than the plane. It's ignoring gravity.
One of the other things I've got to just note as far as video is concerned, if you were to try to digitally fake this, the consistency of angle and the motion of those clouds, much less the image of the airplane, would be, I mean, this is the distortions and pixelation at 6 frames per second. To know what to do to replicate a spy satellite image seems unlikely, especially coming out the day like 4 days after that the plane disappeared.
It appears to be showing superconductive properties. It starts to rotate around the plane, but not right away. And then it gets around the plane. The second orb, as you just maybe just missed out, I'll go show it again.
So he says it appears to show superconductive properties. I can't just let that slide. I don't know what he means by that as I throw my jerky. I understand it shows properties of flight that we don't know, but we don't know. I mean, if anything, yeah, it kind of does have a magnetic or magnetosphere look to it because of the way it seems so stabilized in motion, but that's, we could also say that it's using a form of the Alcubierre drive in theory because of the way it's moving, but we don't know. But once again, we can only hypothesize on what the hell these things are.
This second orb is going to shoot up through the water here, across the water, and then come up through this cloud that we see down here. So you watch very close.
Okay. There's a thing called the Meissner effect. And the Meissner effect is the lowering, and I'll explain it. It is the lowering of resistance and the allowance of a higher value of electricity to pass through, let's say, a cable. So superconductivity is the use of the Meissner effect to lower resistance, most of the time via cold temperature, so that the pathway is clear for signal to travel. Electrical signal, which is a waveform. Waveform looking a lot like, sorry. That's a waveform. A high and a low. And all things in the universe are made up of patterns of waveforms, whether it's what we hear or what we see. And waveform is a vibration. We hear sound because the air is vibrated and it responds off of the, well, it's a lot of systems going on, but it responds from the inside of our ears and is translated in our brain into something that we communicate with ourselves with, essentially. Something that we've learned to understand and parse and mix within our head. But these waveforms are everything. Once you start studying particle physics or physics in general, and in the world that I've worked in for a long time, you start to realize that these little squiggly lines are absolutely the backbone of every single thing we know to be. And if there is such a thing as a matrix, I would gather that it doesn't look a lot like this, but that it looks more like this. And I don't think I have enough spaces to actually overlap enough. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I don't think I will let me. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. So that's B. Sine wave? Come on. No, you're not gonna let me do another sine wave. I was being finicky. Let's try this one. Oh, it's because I've got it all turned up, huh? On the master. There we go. That's what it looks like. Waves collapsing upon waves. And that is technically an interference pattern. What you see right there. These waves can be altered and changed. And if what we know of quantum physics and particle physics is true, our perceptions are agreed upon perceptions. If the masters of the Far East were telling the truth, then our mutual agreement in love with all that is in the absolute affects these waveforms. So when we focus collectively on a change, we can allegedly make this change, which is why prayer and such of that. But I don't think it's just that simple. I think that there needs to be activated resources, meaning not just prayer, but a certain way of utilizing our being, our thinking, that most of the time we just take for granted. We don't really know we're doing it. And then that can change things. That can group together the Tibetan monks. That's what they're doing. They're trying to slowly change reality for peace. And meditating and learning what we would call metaphysics in a lot of ways. So anyways, let's get back to MH370. First, I gotta find the button. There it is. Oh, okay.
So you can see it right there.
Oh, hello,
and it
ma'am.
shoots up through the cloud.
Are you trying to
and then
adjust
it's now
cabling
going
or
around
something?
it. Now the third orb gets into place, and then they get into a locked formation, and then they switch orientations, and they start rotating around a different way. Now they're encircling the entire plane here at this point, and they're encircling in a sphere, like they're tracking it, they're measuring it, or something like that. And then they change orientations to be vertically aligned, and you'll see that happen once it gets to this cloud right here. So they
the lights go off. You know who's working on something.
They're going around it from a vertical perspective. You see that? It's like they're preparing it for what's about to happen right here.
So
and then zap.
all of this
so they
is
encircle it. They're following the
to fake a lot of this, and specifically the lighting. The lighting going on here is what is. I'm telling you, she picks the same one every single time. The lighting is the hardest thing to fake in this video. I also want to point out that the right angles being made of those orbs are physically, as we know it, with any device or craft on this planet, the way our physics work, the way gravity works, this is impossible. He might even say that somewhere in here.
A different way. Now they're encircling the entire plane here at this point, and they're encircling it in a sphere, like they're tracking it, they're measuring it, or something like that. And then they change orientations to be vertically aligned, and you'll see that happen once it gets to this cloud right here. So they encircle it, they're following the center of mass, and now they're going around it from a vertical perspective. You see that? It's like they're preparing it for what's about to happen right here, and then zap. And so what we think is happening here,
bro,
we think that they're somehow able to induce some type of very energetic event, potentially through the use of
takes the level down like 3 notches.
The leaker moves the video over to the right. We can see that the smoke stops dead in its tracks right here. It doesn't continue forward, indicating this is not cloaking of any sort. It's not annihilation, because this zap that we see, due to the amount of mass in this plane, the mass has to go somewhere. The mass and energy does. So if this plane was being
think about how big this is too,
like a nuclear bomb going off, this would be a much, much bigger energetic event than this event we see here. The reason why we see this flash, flash actually accurately illuminates the clouds.
It kind of looks like a edit snap,
but we also think that this essentially proves that the videos are real, and that what's happening is this event is energizing the electrons around the zap.
The thing that makes this real is the flare of the imagery.
And this is why it's very hard for people to understand and believe. But this is part of the reason why I think that what we're looking at here is reverse engineered technology. Is that this plane is doomed, and this technology was deployed to save the plane that would otherwise have been destroyed if it had crashed into the water.
They literally saved those people. We
Well,
thinking
we
they
hope.
got
We
taken out.
Yeah, well, we hope. Yeah.
They got saved. I'm thinking of where is
This is
John
what-
Galt?
Mhm.
Atlas Shrugged, right?
Only
Yeah,
4,300
so the thing there
views.
is, like,
Look
it
at
doesn't make
you know.
sense to destroy the plane.
By the way, Regicide Anon is the name of the
plane.
channel.
Those people are gonna
Regicide
die, and the
Anon. It
plane's
is
gonna
still.
crash into the nick of our
He only
island
has
there.
29 subscribers.
So really, the only reason
there.
to do that is to make it stop. And those, again, the lithium-ion battery fires, those things are not going to put themselves out. What if that event we see is able to put out the lithium-ion battery fire and save this plane from that perspective? To me, that's the
coolest
most
thing I've ever
logical
seen.
conclusion. And let's look at it from the other angle. So a few weeks later, so if we look at just real quick, we look at the information on this one. Again, Regicide Anon again. Published June 12th, received June 5th. This is just 3 weeks after the first video. So presumably, and this drone was cropped out of the first video. We can tell that it's pretty much just cropped out of screen based on the fact that we can see the smoke trail right there and where it is in position. So they leaked this one because we didn't believe the first one. We had absolute proof from the first one. We could identify the satellite, what have you.
Oh, yeah.
This one starts to show us what the technology looks like. Normally, these electro-IR cameras are going to be black and white, but they've colorized it, which also indicates the person that leaked this was an operator, somebody who had information about how these systems work, somebody that probably had an emotional reaction like we would have looking at it and realized nobody's going to be able to prove this without this information. So in this drone footage video here, I want you to look at the orbs themselves. We can see that they're using some sort of electromagnetic engine to create geodesics. In other words, their own gravity. And you can see that from these black trails. These trails are not coming behind the orbs. They're actually in front of the orbs. If you look very closely, you can see that. They're like running along train tracks.
Okay, and once again, I just have to point out that maybe he is not familiar with the theories behind the Alcubierre drive, but what he's actually looking at is basically gravitational waveform forming as a precursor wave before the direction of the craft, and that's what one of the other things in watching the FLIR that would be, you'd have to know so much. You'd have to. So one thing that doesn't bode well for his theory of fire, though, is that there is no heat patch on the back of the plane. That, in fact, it's all cold blue. Same as, although the orbs have a warmer center, it is more similar to the plane. There is no fire back there in the FLIR. So, that's interesting. I'm noticing that. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Oh. Ba, 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 ba. He's George Jackson. Oh, thanks. I appreciate you. I try. What is it that I'm looking for? I'm looking for... do you want Regicide and On, or do you want this channel, which is Leak Project? I'll get you both. I think Regicide and On is still out there. I actually should go look at that one. I've never looked at that channel. And normally I would go just to there, but this is such a good interview with the dude who's like leaked it. That's like, what? What? Yeah, Leak Project's big, really neat, big channel. There's lots of fun information. Of course, dude is kind of a goofball, but it, that's kind of the fun of it. He's always like, bruh, what, dude? Ooh, good on him for it too. All right, here we go. Oh no, yeah, okay, so mine has been doing that too. Fuzzy, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one that the videos have been like jumping around. Let me see. Leak project page. Boom. Sorry. And then hold on a second. Gotta see how the that page is spelled again. That is Regicide Anon. I wonder if they're still even there. And there's a okay. You know how YouTube is. They want to hide these things. You gotta spell it exactly correct. Oh, and I did it backwards. Oh yeah. There's lots of things. Why? Whoa. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I just a whole bunch of strange things just came up. Like what? Oh, that's a rabbit hole for sure. Yeah, he doesn't have a page anymore. Well, let's type in channel and just make sure. All right. Nope. At least I'm not seeing it. Probably have to look in the Wayback Machine. Okay, if I find it, I'll definitely link it in. U.S. official MH370. When is this from? 8 years ago? Had his cell phone turned on. Okay, I gotta mark. What? What do you mean it had his cell phone on? Okay, that's weird. 3 UFOs. I'm sorry. I'm just reading the news. Reading the news to you. The news
I want
from
you
8
to
years
look
ago.
at the orbs themselves.
Look
We
at the
can see that
orbs.
they're using some sort of electromagnetic engine to create geodesics.
He's
In other
assuming
words,
there.
their own gravity.
But
And you
yes,
can see that
I
from
would,
these
you would have
black
to
trails.
assume
These trails are not coming behind
that
the
is
orbs.
a gravitational
They're actually
force
in front
or
of the orbs. If you look very closely, you can see that they're like running along train tracks.
I would
And that-
say
they're creating their own geodesics while
the
ignoring the force of
Alcubierre
gravity of the
drive
Earth,
would make it a particle
which is showing
magnetic
superconductivity
force.
properties. The person who's filming this clearly
Meaning that
knows
it's
something's going to
actually
happen here.
multi-
They're zooming in on it
you
to get
know,
the best intelligence
like
they can,
multi-schooled or
and they
multi-
zoom out right
multiple
before
things
that
going
happens.
on driving the
They also
force.
show us this heat
Oh,
signature
there's the
that's
heat
going on underneath the
signature.
plane, which is either
that's the
heat
fire
from the air conditioning being vented out. We're still digging into that. But one thing I want to point out is right before the landing here, you can see these heat signatures on the orbs that is spinning as well.
See how
which we
fast
think
that
is
portal
related to the
goes whoop?
superconductors spinning that can somehow create these geodesics.
Okay.
At the last moment, you can see them converge on the plane. You
That
saw that. I think
is
there's
where
a-
I was like, oh my god, the portal itself. That's what it looks like. Holy shit, that's exactly what it looks like in all the other FLIRs. Forget about MH370. Every time we see the portal images from Skinwalker or Blind Frog or any of the other places in Paris, or I'm sorry, not Paris, in France or you know, in the Alps in Italy, it's always the same or similar, very similar. It's pretty amazing.
They converge on
That's
the plane,
where I was just like,
which I think is somehow
wow.
amplifying their capabilities,
Something's
which then allows it to zap out,
wildly
and then it's
connected.
gone. Now the leaker zooms out here, you know, show there's no plane. That's it. And this wouldn't be the leaker at this point. This would have been the live footage and what the live footage looked like, and a pre-recorded. Now again, you can see if you look closely on some of these,
Damn,
you
the
can
way
see
it comes
they
up is
zoom in on
so
the orbs, and this
fast,
is
and-
not part of the original video. This is part of, you know, so what somebody did here. On
Doesn't it
this.
look like the
You can see
orb
what
that
those orbs look like very clearly?
I've
they get,
caught?
accurately.
I mean, I'm sorry,
distorted
Queen
when they go
Cascade
through the
caught,
back
but
of the
that
plane
I've
as well.
got on video
and you
there.
can see the trails. I think it shows another version here. Very
sorry, this
in
jerky
a
is so
second.
good. I'm like licking the bag.
Yeah, there you can see the lines in front of them, right? The black lines in front of them, and they're just following those lines. I also think that it's possible that these lines they're creating are changing the atmosphere to a degree where you can potentially see what we would call contrails in the sky. And you can see the lines in front of them right here and where they're tracking as well on this. And I have another version that makes it even more apparent with that. And here's the super slow-mo where you can see actually it looks like gravitational lensing where these orbs are being bent. The light
And
from them
that's
is
what
being
we
bent
see
as they approach it on the plane.
in the
at last
video that
second
I
right
have.
here where you can see. And even at the last second, we have a version of this that we created that is
what you saw too on
decolorized.
Lizardry.
You actually see there's like almost a cold shell around the plane in the very last moment as well, which I'll be happy to share if you want to take a look at that real quick.
Please, absolutely. This is
So let's look at the dark trails first. Let me switch over.
I mean, this is next.
Okay, I
level
want more
right here.
jerky now.
Do you think it was a defense contractor that did it? They're like, oh, we could use them. Let's go save them.
I don't think there's another third party involved just because it adds more complexity to it. It really just seems like it's the U.S. military, but of course the contractors would have been the ones to develop this technology.
Hear what he said?
I won't name
Lizardry.
I don't think there's another third party involved just because it adds more complexity to it. It really just seems like it's the U.S. military, but of course the contractors would have been the ones to develop this technology.
Save them.
I don't think there's another third party involved just because it adds more complexity to it. It really just seems like it's the U.S. military, but of course the contractors would have been the ones to develop this technology. I won't name them because I don't want to be disappeared anytime soon, but you can kind of take your guesses.
I don't want to name them because I don't want to be disappeared anytime soon. Okay, buddy. Damn. He says it like
everybody would have expected, pretty much.
Holy shit.
This is where you can very clearly see the trails in front of them with this version, right?
Stand by.
So if you look
I
closely
need
here,
more
every time if I
jerky.
pause it like here, you see
Shout
these
out
trails
to
are coming from the
Bridget
front of the orbs
for the jerky. Thank you.
here, and they're following
Yeah.
the path of these trails. This is probably my favorite version of the footage that's out there. That, again, we've created this version of it to better see this information on there. So that's really big. One of the other ones I want to show real quick is, let's see, the Passover. So let's look at this Passover detail. And are you seeing the Passover at this point? Yeah, you are. So you can see these are the satellites. This is the recreation. This is the actual trajectory. It's been independently confirmed by 2 different people that this is the real trajectory. You can see the time at the top. So now we're approaching 1840. And this is the part.
So here's the other portion that makes it really valid. Like that this guy knows what he's looking at, what he's talking about. He has access to the actual
diameter. And so the plane is probably somewhere right here between these islands
tracking
down here
of the plane.
And so this is the data that's being sent out from the satellites back to the SBIRS system to create that 3D stereoscopic effect from these 2 satellites orbiting next to each other. So that part's also
he knows
really
how
big.
to find the actual
and
satellites and what they're called and where they are.
SBIRS system. I like to show the SBIRS system information as well, which this is to me the smoking gun on how this works. I mean, just watch how these satellites are operating. Look at that. Look at how they're scanning the Earth. And some of these satellites are scanning from different orbits. These ones that are far away are what they call geostationary satellites. The ones that are close are going to be your millennial orbit ones, which are going to be your command satellites. And then you're going to have these low Earth orbit ones like USA 229 that are going to be scanning from a very close range as well. And so what this is doing is it's taking information and allowing them to build a full battlefield map in 3D, which is very good for targeting and battlefield awareness purposes.
And by the way, this is called
I never thought we would be able to know
Citrix
this much
program.
information about how these satellites work, but a lot of this is just, all of this is just publicly available knowledge. And once you piece it together, you're like, okay, so the government's just scanning the Earth all the time and has perfect video playback of everything that there's going on. I mean, that's probably what's really happening here. So that one's really interesting.
Yeah, thanks for showing this, because as much as we've heard about satellites, most people have no idea how they work. So to see this, it puts it into perspective. And that,
So here's what happened with this plane too. This is Chris from the Not So Deep podcast created this animation. So this plane's taking off from Kuala Lumpur. This is where it gets to 1720, 21 UTC. Right after the pilot says, "Good night, Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. This is where our lithium-ion battery fire begins. This is where we have our first explosive event. You have Mike McKay, who sees it from
real quick. Quick question. Sorry. Do you think that was a natural occurring event, or do you think that it was sabotage? The lithium.
There's still mystery here in terms of how it started. If it just naturally occurred, if there's something more going on, and it would be very difficult to figure that out exactly. But looking at these lithium-ion battery fires,
unless you were able to find someone who was still alive from the plane,
they don't seem very safe at all. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this was a naturally occurring event. Probably what happened. Yeah.
But real quick.
Yeah, and the but is that we don't actually know.
That are that important.
There's
and
no way
as you
for us
said,
to
it
know.
shouldn't be that way. There's clearly something, and then so for them to allow that many people on the plane and to allow lithium-ion batteries on the plane, that seems kind of weird.
Yeah, well, again, this is before
it's all
we kind of knew about the situation. If you look, there was an article or a picture I put from the FAA. If you go look and Google lithium-ion batteries FAA, these incidents are happening once a week, even now, even after they've banned them from cargo bays in 2015. Before that, we didn't know very much about how dangerous these were. I mean, we did, but the public didn't really know. So in this situation at this time, they wouldn't have been fully aware of this extreme dangers.
They still
These
had
batteries were
warnings
not
back
screened
then.
Twice. And they were
Back
put
then.
together the same
God, that
day
was
they were
9
put on
years
the
ago,
plane.
wasn't it? Wow.
So they
Like
also don't
Black
seem like
Ops
they were.
crews couldn't have came up with something like that, like assassin crew or something.
I mean, I can't really speculate too much on that front, but again, like I said,
Why
there's a
not?
lot
You
of mystery
speculated
in terms
on
of how this event happened.
everything
here.
else, sir.
So whatever happened here, Mike McKay sees this plane on fire from when the incident first occurs, and he did not see it crash. If you look at his actual witness statement, he just saw a fire, and at that point, this plane is going to turn around. And according to the Wired article, which actually argued that this might be a fire scenario based on the flight path here, they even argued that the first thing the pilot would do would turn off the bus so that they could identify which circuitry might be disabled from the fire, which might indicate why the plane went dark at this point. Now, this plane turns around and it goes directly to Penang Langkawi International Airport. This is the correct location that during an emergency event, the closest airport, safest airport they could go to. Again,
this is in the record. But the fact that he's able to point out how it was tracked and by what satellite or spy satellites, and then associate it to the footage that we've seen, that's what lends all of this some really extra credence. Simply because we're not just talking about like, oh, I think. No, we're talking about somebody who pulled the actual imagery off the satellite servers because he had the clearance to do so. And then he verified all the information along the way and found anomalies and much more.
This is like 1:20 in the morning. By the time it gets here, it's almost 2 in the morning. Now, at the same point here, all of these people along the coast, there's like 9 different witnesses that hear a loud bang at 17:20, which is consistent
at one
with the
point,
lithium-ion battery
the story
explosion.
that morning, although he's saying the lithium-ion batteries were the issue. You know, the report in the morning was like, you know, may have had an explosive on board, or may have had, you know, may have been hit by a rocket, or there were all kinds of stories happening in the morning. But the explosion was why those stories were happening. So that is for certain. Something did explode.
It flies for about 10 minutes.
What it is, we
about
don't
right here. There's fishermen off on the coast here, like 8 of them in a boat. They see the plane flying so low, it seemed extremely unusual, under 10,000 feet. The reason for that would be if this plane was depressurized from this explosion, you got to get enough oxygen for these people to be able to breathe. The masks are only going to last for 15 to 25 minutes of oxygen. So you have to fly under 10,000 feet in order to allow them to breathe. Now it gets to Penang, and this is where the cell phone of the co-pilot pings the station, indicating again some type of distress situation. People have argued that the plane can land on its belly. The thing's full of fuel and potentially on fire. So I don't think it's a very safe event for them to try to land without landing gear, or if the landing gear was damaged, which I think we have to kind of assume because they didn't try to land at this point. Because you got to get this plane on the ground as soon as possible.
Wow.
Now I've had sources come to me and tell me that the plane can last while on fire as long as it's being contained for enough time for it to get over here where we see it in our videos. I also had confirmation that this witness over here that we're going to get to, KT, she sees this plane glowing orange. That's consistent with this gas permeating throughout the plane. I've also got independent confirmation that that's what would happen as well.
Wow.
So this plane reaches here. At this point, I'm imagining.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things about that situation where you know, we were all fascinated by it from then on. The whole group of us, and anytime any of the news came out while we were traveling, we'd all share it with each other. Hey, did you hear what they found? Oh, they had nothing. They haven't found anything. And yeah, I even called one of my colleagues, one of the artists, at some point when they found what they thought they found, a piece of MH370, although it still is inconclusive. So yeah, it shook us all because, and I've been in a bunch of different weird experiences, including a very, very, very close call in Sao Paulo. I've told that story before, but you know, when you fly as much as I was for as long as I was, you inevitably are raising the stakes in the sense that your odds go up that you're going to experience something, whatever that be. And the fact that we've been in the air not far from another plane, like, you know, where we were was basically they're there. You see where they are up there? We're like 400 miles to the right in the same airspace, basically, going to Indonesia.
With the U.S. government, that they created a rendezvous point, and these communications have been classified. And I want to dig into that soon and figure out what communications we can find that were linked to this, because I have a feeling that we will be able to dig up and find some communications in addition.
That's what I'm fascinated about, because he's like, I may be able to find the possible communication.
This plane lost contact in 1822. If you go look back, even right now, at all the official reports from the next day,
break it wide open.
The real time that they say they lost contact, 1840 UTC, consistent with our satellite, consistent when the witness told me of her sighting as well. Everything lines up.
And that's, by the way, what's special about all this is he is lining up the actual placement of what we know and where we know from a witness, from the airplane information, from the pings in the ocean. And he's lining that up with the timing that it shows on the satellite, which means that the satellite footage we are seeing is accurate and true. It's pretty jaw-dropping when you break it out that way.
3 different independent corroborations of 1840 UTC. They waited weeks to release this radar data, presumably because they had to develop a cover story for what would have happened. Same with the Inmarsat pings. They waited really long to release it when there's no reason to do that. If you're an honest person, you're releasing that information the next day, making it public so that people can figure out the mystery, right? So it gets over here to this point. Our witness is on a boat. She's going to Phuket. She sees the glowing orange plane consistent with the direction of travel. They've rebuilt it based on her automatic GPS signals to figure out the general relative direction of it, and it's circling around counterclockwise just like this. Now she goes inside the boat at the wrong moment to go put the kettle on, and presumably misses the plane disappearing and the orbs, which we can see only show up for about less than a minute. And she comes back out, there's no more plane anymore. I've talked to her personally and corroborated her story after it's already been out there on the internet for 9 years. And she tells me she comes out and all she sees is a glowing orange halo with no plane anymore, and she stares at it for a while.
And that's another thing that struck me when he said that, because it means nothing to him. But he describes the correct color spectrum for the amber portal, knowing that there's 2 color zones associated with these portals right now. One I call the tech zone in the high azure color set, just very high vibrational frequency and a very high, massive vibrational set, if you're to describe it in any simple terms. But in complex terms, it is massive compressed waveform across the entirety of the spectrum, both light and audio, and a couple others. Volume, as far as breaking the sound barrier, isn't just capable of being done with going fast. Apparently it can also be done with a width and breadth of volume of waveform, meaning sound and light, opening up massive portals from someplace to someplace else. That's what we're seeing in the azure colors in the light blue sphere or silver. Whereas the amber, that's earthly. That's like that. We associate that to the skinwalkers. We associate that to the Wendigo. We associate that to the unicorns and the little people and all that other stuff in this, at Skinwalker Ranch. Ancient metaphysics and practices. That's what we associated with angels and demons. So it's very interesting to me that he mentions that she sees an orange glowing halo.
All of this is 100% consistent with the scenario that we have been building.
Is it bullshit?
The event from the
or
fire,
not?
From lithium-ion batteries, where this plane is doomed, and the only scenario at this point is to save the plane is to deploy this technology, which either presumably puts this out or puts the plane in range of somewhere where it can safely land. So pretty incredible, huh?
Yeah, thank you. A+, man. That is fantastic. You put it
Yeah,
together
bro.
beautifully.
And just one more time, let's take a good look at the footage.
Right location is the USA 229 at the exact right time, which has a sister satellite next to it that could take this side by side that we see here, because this is actually 2 different angles aiming down. This isn't a duplicated video left and right here, and we've proven that as well. So potentially the leaker knew, also because these coordinates on the bottom left indicate the Nicobar Islands. They knew that they were delivering absolute proof to us, but that they probably didn't realize the media wouldn't pick up on it and potentially might be controlled, or that we just would not have the collective conscience to realize this video is real. When people first looked at it, they thought they were looking up in this video. They didn't even realize we were looking down from outer space. The background here is 6 frames per second. That's why you see this stutter effect. So this is really just images that are being overlaid on top of each other to create a video, which is what video is. This mouse you see coming in the screen here, this mouse is at 24 frames per second. Debunkers actually proved the videos to be real for us. They thought that this would somehow indicate the videos are fake, but this means it's actually a Citrix session that the person logged into the real spy satellite database. And then what we're seeing here is a very cropped version of a very wide
the
field
little
of
tick
view.
that he's talking about is a marker that they use in the visual frames of spy satellites to mark measurements. And they're actual little drawn on ticks on the frame because they measure them out. You see them across a lot of NASA footage. You see them across a lot of things when you talk about government satellite footage. So he's got a point there.
These satellites, if you look at the Sibbers videos, they are scanning the Earth all the time to create essentially what is like a Google Earth video playback. And that's what we're seeing right here. So when we knew that this was a Citrix session logged in, this automatically debunks or rebunks any prosaic debug attempts where people try to say something doesn't look right, because we've already just proven the authenticity of these videos. The leaker didn't just probably only wanted to leak this video. Weeks later, they ended up leaking the second video. So we can see this smoke trail coming clearly from the back of the plane. These are cumulus clouds that we're seeing here. These cumulus clouds only form at low altitudes. These are not contrails conclusively. So this is smoke coming from the back of the plane, consistent with the lithium ion battery fire scenario that we have indicated. There's a witness somewhere nearby here who had seen this plane just minutes before, glowing orange, consistent with the bromine from the halon gas permeating throughout the plane. She also saw a very dark smoke coming from the back of the plane. She also saw the plane descending, which we've proven that that's what's happening here. This plane is descending and making a circle turn. It's attempting a landing. We even found an intercepted communication, only reported in Chinese news, that claims to be from MH370, saying that it was disintegrating and attempting an emergency landing. So we have 3 sources of corroboration for these videos. I would argue that we have more evidence these videos are real than any court case in human history. Now, you can see this first orb is coming in at around Mach 3 speeds. It's moving 10 times faster than the plane. It's ignoring gravity. It appears to be showing superconductive properties. It starts to rotate around the plane, but not right away. And then it gets around the plane.
Properties, I don't know about, but
maybe just missed that. I'll go show it again.
The speed with which it comes into frame is insane.
Across the water and then come up through this cloud.
And yeah, it is defying gravity.
Very closely, you can see it right there, and it shoots up through the cloud. And then it's now
and there's no way
again.
a human
now
can
the
survive that kind
and then
of
they get into a lock formation,
gravitational
and then
force.
They switch orientations and they start rotating around.
Yeah, that's the other portion. That's I've seen that myself before this. That's what I saw in the air.
They're encircling in a sphere, like they're tracking it, they're measuring it, or something like that. And then they change orientations to be vertically aligned, and you'll see that happen once it gets to this cloud right here. So they encircle it, they're following the center of mass, and now they're going around it from a vertical perspective. You see that? It's like they're preparing it for what's about to happen right here, and then zap. And so what we think is happening here. Yeah, we think that they're somehow able to induce some type of.
And one of the other things that I have noticed is that
potentially
one follows at the end, while another one heads out the front, like they disappear, all into it. It's fascinating stuff. It really is. And boy, does it look like
Did you see it? Okay, so I'm gonna put my cursor over it, and then there's movement here, this area, and there's movement here. But this is it here coming out of the cloud. Watch again. You see? That opened up. That opened up. It's moving. It's moving. Look at this thing go.
the same kind of forces look involved, the same kind of speeds are involved, the orb changes in the light in the same ways. There's a lot of similarities.
Just before it goes off screen, you can see this burst.
Is it the same? I don't know.
The top end of the cursor, out of that section there, just
we are
before
not
it goes
alone.
off screen. Watch.
We were never alone.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slow it down some more.
And I think it's interesting when she does slow it down, that this becomes more apparent that it is similar to what we're seeing in this other video. Is it another form of the craft using a different kind of
moving
drive so that it has a different like an actual color spectrum to it? Or is it just the way the sun is reflecting off of it? Must be larger because it seems like it moves to a degree slower, at least in its angles.
What the fuck is that?
That's not a rocket. And we're not looking at the back end of a rocket.
What the fuck is that?
That's what I thought initially. It was like, is it the back end of a rocket? But no. In any case, the universe and life is more complex and interesting. It's vast and complex. It has rules and values that allow for some forms of adjustment and other ways of jumping from one plane of being to another. It is a mass plane of existence and knowledge. Oh, thank you, Lizard Tree. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm good, Provo. What's happening? Blessings to you. We were just looking at crazy footage of MH370 from the whistleblower that reported it to Congress. It's satellite footage, stereoscopic satellite footage of MH370 disappearing into a wormhole being opened up, or a portal being opened up by 3 spheres. It's really fascinating. And he goes through the whole proving it is MH370 and comparing it to satellite, and showing us the spy satellites it comes from and the whole nine. So, and linking up the time stamps and everything. It's pretty amazing. But that said, the being of the absolute is a connection from one end to the other of all that is repeatedly. The story goes that here we have our free will, our ability to adjust and find ourselves within this temporal plane known as an interference pattern making physical reality. These interference patterns that go back to the beginning of time, these particles of neutrinos that adjust their pattern to become the interference pattern from a waveform at the right time. Not now, but then. Changing pathway to become what they are now. Suggesting that all of this is a multifaceted programming. One that may be thought out beforehand and computed along the way for all of the plausibility. Tried and tried again. Perceived for the experience and learning. Now, here we have the free will, and there at the end, when we return to the absolute to become part of the whole, our free will is removed and we become all knowledge. And it is a trade, so that we may retain ourselves and keep returning to the knowledge. Now, why is it wiped from us once we come into physical sentient being? Because otherwise, we wouldn't be able to add, though we can always access this information if we choose to seek that path. And I say this because the Akashic and many other things have been spoken about since the beginning of modern civilization as we know it, or at least as recorded. And I say at least it's recorded because of the things we found at Göbekli Tepe and the surrounding areas that are starting to suggest that humanity's civilizations go back hundreds of thousands of years, and that we were very well much more advanced at some point in time before the great flood of the Younger Dryas, or maybe the Dryas. Which, by the way, there's the Elder Dryas, the Dryas, and the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas being the last flood that wiped out most of the civilization on Earth. Now, with that, we can only ponder because of what we find now and what we will find. that said, we live in an environment of unbelievable possibility. We exist because we believe we do. And with that said, it's not just us. We are part of a massive frame, allowing in its being, in its existence, holographically, to create everything we experience. And it's happening instantaneously in a way that is so massive that we, the little who's in Whoville, could never perceive because of how tiny we are in this particle of dust in this dark edge of the galaxy and the dark edge of the universe. So far beyond the Kuiper belt and the radiation belts and the stratosphere and the gravity, that it may be we are missed by the majority of all living things because we are so tiny. But I would even argue that there is nothing that is tiny ever, but rather never-ending fractaline pattern of possibility folding into itself into the infinity, just as the absolute beyond the veil exists, and therefore we exist. If you have faith of any belief, know that in every way, shape, or form, the root of it is validated in the existence of a cohesive being in us. And we are one tiny cog, not to be too overbearing or too suggestive that we are the all. No, we are one example of countless infinity of life, eternal, experiencing because sentience is a choice. My friends, in this choice, we have the ability to learn, to add, to gather what can only be called wisdom. That wisdom is the accumulated knowledge we gain while physically feeling, being the interference pattern in action, the meat sack thinking it's a meat sack on dirt, so that it can believe it's a meat sack on dirt. It's actually pretty entertaining when you think about it. It hurts the head at first, but point being is we make these choices. It's the gathered and accumulated choices we make. It's the perceptions and observations of others. It is the agreement between us all that makes up what we live, what we love, what we breathe, what we go through, what we enjoy, and what we hate. We are always accountable because we are and always shall be part of the massive matrix that is the multiplex of reality. And even if we are just a tiny little speck of dust and a breath of life in the darkest, coldest vacuum, we are an example of the beauty of the greater nature of that which is all, the absolute, the infinity, beyond the veil, making up the holographic reality we permutate ourselves in reality through. Now, all of this may sound like hoo-ha, but I urge you to understand, and I would hope that you would do some reading on the subjects of quantum physics, the gateway process, and the report on the gateway process, and the understanding that the more we know about this, the more we have a greater ability to be enlightened and find our way as a spiritual being in this universe. And the more likely we will all get along recognizing that we're all part of this wonderful mathematical probability, feeding the larger computer all the knowledge for a better answer. Take advantage with me. Reach your hand out to those who need it. Remind them that the obelisk is a formation made by man to circumvent all of that waveform energy, all the intention, all the agreement, up into one little tiny bend, and circumvent humanity's best interest. Reach your hand out and remind people it's an imaginary prison in the obelisk. It's an imaginary state of being that is unnecessary to self-imprison one's being in. And when you pull them out, remind them there's only one answer at the end of the day. Keep yourself clear of the problems. Leave them on the doorstep. Forget about them. Ain't nobody else gonna come pick them up anyways. Who wants that shit? Love yourself. Love the people around you. See the being in existence as special for every moment, because at any moment you could be returned to the knowledge. And although you are still you, who knows how long it is before you return from the beginning. My friends, keep your head high. And when the sky lights up at the wrong time, make sure, look up. Thank you so much for joining this evening. I'm so glad you could be here. I really appreciated you all. Went to a bunch of different places I didn't expect to go. Thanks for Toxic for joining. Thanks Tom Foolery for letting me snipe. Even though he probably didn't let me snipe, but he let me snipe. Because at least I haven't been taken down yet. Who knows? Maybe he'll strike me tomorrow. I don't know. Probably not. Anyways, I appreciate you all. That video once again was from the channel. Let me go back to my library. Oh, I'm looking at it. It's called Leak Project, and there's a bunch of other great stuff in there. Take a look at my UFO. I've got a short of it now, finally up there, and it's amazing. You can totally tell that they're like suppressing this video. It's got 15 views on it. What the hey, man? How does my UFO video have 15? The short one, and they shadow banned the hell out of that thing. Feel free to share it around, because that thing got shadow banned like you wouldn't believe. Anyhow, check it out. I'll be back tomorrow night. Probably about the same time. Depends on what goes on tomorrow. Today I got held up and then had some tech issues and all sorts of fun stuff. But, you know, I keep pushing. And I hope you do too. And I hope the world treats you well. And I hope you treat yourself even better. Most importantly, be safe or have fun, whichever comes first, or both. And of course, look up. Click.